Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. You can see my microphone slightly. Push it there. Welcome into a code Q&A. Hi. Happy Tuesday. Tuesday it is. I'm glad to be here. Glad to see you all. I see some new faces in the chat. Welcome in. Welcome in. Today we're going to be answering questions from Vox, vox.coding.garden. So if you would like to ask a question, be sure be sure to use the !ask command so I don't lose it. But Valk is saying, do I know that people usually sit on the other side of the table? I do. I have my reasons for sitting on this side of the table. Let me turn the blur off. But the main reason is, so when you see me on this scene, I can reach fairly far over and you don't see my desk. But if I were to use the L-shaped desk, then the desk would be in the camera. Oh, it does look like a piano. I never thought about it like that. So that's the main reason I'm using this side of the desk, so it doesn't show up in the camera. But yeah, so I got this table from the last owner of this house. They left it in the house, and I got to keep it. I mean, honestly, it was a bit of a pain because it's so huge. But I found some use for it, so which is good. Yeah, and I'm sitting today. I guess I started sitting last week. I'll probably be standing up again at some point. But I set up everything so that I could be sitting for the co-working stream that didn't happen. And we'll do a co-working stream eventually. I also got a new camera that I want to test out for the co-working stream. It's this, the Obsbot. I literally just got it in the mail. And the Shivas, thank you very much for the gifted sub. It's free furniture, but at the same time, it took up a whole lot of space. And I found a use for it, but honestly, I would have gotten a way nicer desk if I didn't have this taking up space. So, yeah. You started sitting at your standing desk and then never raised it up again? Yeah, everyone, you can enjoy me peeling this off. Look at that. But the idea is I'm going to take this camera, put it right there, so that will be the co-working angle, so you can see my desk and everything. But, yeah. Oh, is the volume still different? Wait, is the volume different over here? Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. Sounds the same? Or the other scene? If it's the other scene, I'm not going to worry about that, because I'm hardly ever going to be on that scene. The further one is different. Well, you know what? That's just a problem with OBS. That's not my problem. Like, these scenes are exactly the same. The audio levels are exactly the same. It's the exact same audio source. So, I'm not going to worry about it, but... Okay. Are you saying call you to help, like, move a giant table? Is that what you're saying? Oh, you know what? Here, it makes sense. So I'm farther away. The camera's way over there, so it makes sense. Exactly, yeah. M. Huggins has a great point. Great point. It's further away. I mean, it's always his microphone is the thing, so. And hello, NPace. I'm doing good. Be sure to use !ask so that I do not lose your question. But that should be an easy one to answer. But just make sure you do that, so that way it shows up over here, and then they're prioritized, so we can get to everyone's questions in the right order. Yeah. Okay, I missed some chats. Honestly, I'm a little tired today. Maybe you can see it in my eyes. I'm a little tired. Let's say hi to everyone, and then we'll start answering some questions. All right, here we go. If you want me to say hello to you, to acknowledge you, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hiyo, fohayo, or boga hey. And if you're new to code, this is a regular expression. Say it with me, everyone. Regular expression. So if your message matches this regular expression, I'll see it. We're going to go back in time to 32 minutes ago when I was the first person to say hello. Hi, me. Hello. What's up, Mark? And congrats to Mark, who is now a mod. What's up, Electrothermal and Poplip, and congrats to Limeoats, who's also a mod now. What's up, Codex and Mihai Andre and Pablo, and I'm Frustrated Coder. What's up, Watch BFL and Mr. Hussein and Mo Darman Ulhaq and Melinda. Welcome in, who says, looking all fancy, thank you. What's up, FedM and Murdoch and Butterboy. What's up? And hello, Velk. What's up, the She-Boss? Oh yeah, and shouts out to the She-Boss. 175 gifted subs in this channel. I appreciate you, the She-Boss. Hopefully you're doing well. Thank you for all the support you give. And what's up, It's Not DG, and Shark Turn Up, and Vimsurf, and Make It Pies, and Daja, and Cheesecake Man, and Shadow Master. What's up, Scotty, and Najai, and Coder Mutahai, and Sisyphus. V Gates, welcome in. Glad to have you, everyone. What's up, Josh Knock? Okay. Let's answer questions. That's why we're here. Oh, and I'll show you this really quick. Murdoch asked about the shirt that I was wearing. It's really cool. The only issue is the collar is blue. So I didn't want to wear an invisible collar for the whole stream, which is why I took this off. But this is a sweater from the creator Jarvis Johnson. It's really cool. But it's blue, so I can't wear it. All right. If you asked a question, yeah, disembodied head, exactly. It's a little disconcerting. If you asked a question, type exclamation mark here. It'll bubble up to the top, and then I'll do my best to answer these. Yeah, and it does remind me of Winnie the Pooh. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. This first one comes from Coder Mutahai, who says, what do you plan to build after Fresh Spots? Are you interested in building an e-commerce website for Coding Garden merchandise? This is a good question. I mean, I haven't thought about this. The thing is, like, if you look at how Fresh Spots came to be, I mean, and you can look at the YouTube playlist. I mean, even if you watch the first episode, I'm like, I don't want to spend more than a day on this. And here we are, stream number like 14. So I don't know. Ultimately, I think it's because of the tech stack we chose why I've been spending so long on it. But yeah, I haven't thought about what I want to build after it. Honestly, when Fresh Spots is done, I kind of want to focus on community. So I want to do more like code review streams. I want to do streams where I do just like pair programming with some of the mods or some of the VIPs in the community. Those kinds of things, which I don't really have the time to do right now. So that's the kind of stuff that I want to do. In terms of, and there are apps that I want to build. I don't know if I'm necessarily going to do those apps on stream. Yeah, and that's the other thing. If you know the history of Coding Garden, I started working on an app called the Inventory app, and it started the same way. Like the first stream of Inventory app was supposed to be just a database design stream. I was never actually going to implement the database, just design it. And then that turned into a multi-part series where we started to implement it, and then eventually, like after implementing the database, started implementing an API, and we never finished. There's still a ton of good info in that series, but we never took it to completion. And I mean, I wouldn't say that project is sunsetted. We're still gonna work on it eventually, but that did take a backseat. So yeah. And then what else did I want to say? Oh yeah, the apps that I want to build for Coding Garden. So I want to work. I am going to be working on a new Coding Garden videos website. So right now, the current one is super basic. It basically pulls in all of the VODs from the archive channel and the streams and edited videos from the main channel, and then you can just search across them. But I want a better experience for navigating all of my YouTube videos. So I'm going to have them categorized better. There'll be different sections of the website. And then the thing is, like, I have over 500 streams and videos that I've done that a lot of them could be categorized and organized in a way that, like you would see on like a paid course website. Now, all of these videos are free because they were just streams, and they're all uploaded to YouTube, but it would be really cool to have like a beginner section, to have like a project section where I actually have completed apps. It'd be cool to have just like a chill section and all. Basically, I want to revamp this website so it's a lot easier to find all of my videos. That's one thing I'm going to be working on. And then when I launch, eventually when I have a paid course, yeah, M Slam is saying, when I have my first paid course, I'm going to launch on Udemy. That's my plan right now. purely for the exposure. There are so many people that go and search Udemy for web development, and I want to be one of the results that pop up whenever they search for that. So that's going to be the first course that I produce or that I publish is going to go to Udemy. But after that, I want to make my own course website. So that's another thing that I'm going to build. So a course website and then like a better way to navigate my YouTube videos are things that I'm going to be working on. I don't know if I'm going to do those on stream or not. And then in terms of like a long-term project like Freshspots, honestly, whatever happens. Yeah, and that's why I'm only going to put one course on Udemy is purely for exposure. Like I don't want them taking all my money. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Coder Mutahai. It's been so... I mean, at the end of the day, like, what initially was... I'll give you more insight into why I even started Freshspots. Like, if you look at my YouTube channel, one of the most watched videos on my YouTube channel, if you look at most popular videos, is this Mern Stack Build a Full Stack Travel Log app. People go crazy for Mongo, Express... Mongo, React, some kind of backend, and maps. People love it. This video has 206. This was just a literally an unedited 4-hour live stream has 267,000 views. That's insane to me. So just the topic of like maps and React and full stack is really popular. So I was like, all right, I'll just recreate that. But the series that whole thing just kind of warped into an exploration of the Deno ecosystem, which is a different thing, but still super interesting. It's definitely not as popular as a Maps app with React. But yeah, okay. Thank you for your question, Coder Mutai. That's a good one. Cool. Thank you for your question, Limotes. I'm going to answer a non-sub question. Non-subs. Where are you at, non-subs? A lot of subs. Or things are just broken. No non-sub has asked a question. Actually, if you've asked a question, type exclamation mark here. It should bubble up. Yeah. Yeah, I'm reading your question, Limotes, and I agree. Like, I don't have a good answer for you. And honestly, like, the only end-to-end type safety stuff that I've worked on is the stuff that I've done for my TypeScript series. Like, before that, I was not sharing types between my backend and my front end. My front ends, for like the past 2 years when I was building stuff professionally, were written with TypeScript. But the only type safety with the backend were like actual like interfaces implemented on the front end. So, and I'll get more in depth in that because also honestly it would be cool to show an example. I know there's some other people that asked about TRPC as well. Yeah, like this. Look at this. Mihai Andre asked, what do you think about TRPC? And do you think it's worth it to use it in Express and a single page application? Actually, let's find all the TRPC questions and answer it right now. I guess these are the only ones. Let's do it. So, Limotes asks, how would you handle end-to-end type safety in the real world these days? I know you use import type, but that seems questionable. Monorepos seem to be overkill for just types and appear to be more for sharing actual code. Generated code, like you get with GraphQL, looks gross. TRPC is very new, and I don't know if I want to give up having REST endpoints. I'm thinking in terms of having Prisma models in an Express backend and being able to easily use those models or types in a separate client. And Vignesh, thank you very much for that gift. You're too kind. And Mr. TJ, I miss that. Thank you for the Prime. It's a good question. And then Mihai Andre says, what do I think about TRPC? And do I think it's worth it to use it in Express in a single page application? Cool. Yeah, and if you have opinions on this in the chat, feel free to throw them out there. Let's just have a conversation because the honest answer is I don't have a lot of experience with this. Like I said, most of the TypeScript stuff that I've written have been front-end React apps. And any API that they were interfacing with, I just implemented all of those interfaces on the front end. I was not sharing code of any kind. Obviously, it's duplication because I was in charge of the backend, but the backend actually wasn't written in TypeScript, which I know is heresy, but it wasn't. So that's my experience with TypeScript at this point, is just a React app where any API we're talking to, we just create our own interfaces. And if you're in charge of the backend, it's code duplication, right? You have those types and those models defined basically on both sides, which is not ideal. And so that's really the question that Limotes is getting to, is what do you do? Because the data is common between the front end and the back end, how are you going to share that? And I'll talk about all the different things. So they mentioned mono repos. They mentioned just importing. Let me show some examples of those. And I will also start with describing what is TRPC. We'll start there. This folder. We're going to make a directory with today's date. Sharing types. Yeah, and I mean, I think like from what you're saying, Limos, it sounds like you have covered all the options. I think like the criticisms of TRPC are that like basically you are coupling your front end and your back end, and I mean, for a lot of cases, like that makes sense because they're very closely tied together. Oh, when is your birthday, Murdoch? When's your birthday? Yeah. Yeah, exclamation mark keyboard will give you the link to my keyboard. I have no answers yet. And I think it just really like you have to make a compromise. Honestly, of all the solutions that were mentioned, I think mono repo is probably the best, but at the end of the day, like that doesn't work for every app, right? Because you might be on different teams. I don't know. But let's figure out what we're gonna define, and we'll start at a higher level so the people that are new to this stuff know what we're even talking about. Okay, sharing, not sharding, sharing types. Oh, I didn't send a Discord notification. Okay, I'll do that right now. Just a moment. Just a moment. The Discord pop-up is really weird. So when I do an @everyone, sometimes it tells me the number of users in my server, like close to 6,000, and then sometimes it only says like 400 or 500. Maybe it's just the online people. Yeah, and Drills, if you're watching, I really appreciate that PR. I'm looking at my DMs right now. I need to stop looking at my DMs. Okay, here we go. Let's get back to it. Nice. Okay, so sharing types between backend and front end. That's really the question we're here to answer, and we're going to talk about some possible things. So first off, let's talk about TRPC, because it's kind of what popularized this. You cannot see my screen. No, I used @everyone. I think @here. That's when I would expect to see like 600 or so. And Pisty, thank you very much for the resub. Cool. Let's talk about TRPC. And TRPC stands for TypeScript Remote Procedure Call. Do we need to define Remote Procedure Call, or RPC? I guess we can, because it is a more general term. And actually, I don't know if this is what TRPC stands for. We'll look it up because it might be like type something. But this is a type of RPC based around TypeScript. So let's just look up TRPC and see what they end-to-end type safety with APIs. Yeah, I think it is TypeScript RPC. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Transient receptor potential canonical, or TypeScript remote procedure call. That's what it stands for. And I mean, honestly, if you look at their homepage, you can see what you get with TRPC. So the idea is, and actually, let's even take a step back from there. Let's say you have a backend API written in Express or something like it. And so it's a backend API that typically responds and accepts JSON data, right? So you make a request to this API, it returns you a JSON array with a bunch of data inside of it. You send a post request to this API with some JSON data. That somehow gets put into a database, and then later on you can request it. But this is basically what we're talking about. You have a backend API written in some way. Now, it doesn't technically have to be written in JavaScript or TypeScript, but if we're talking about full stack JavaScript, then it probably is written in that way. And then you have a front end written in React or Vue or Svelte or any of the other common front-end frameworks. It makes HTTP requests to the backend, and that's how a lot of apps are written these days. Now, you might say, like, and this is where things get complicated, because here I'm talking about a completely decoupled approach where you have a separate backend and a separate front end. It is possible to put it all in one, and I think, like, you could have. And actually, that's honestly one of our solutions, is to just put it all in one, put it all in one code base. Use a hybrid framework where the lines are blurred between front end and back end. Yeah, well, I think that's the thing, Limotes, is like, if you're already using Next.js, then you can just put your types in the same code base. So like Next.js or Nuxt or SvelteKit. Cool. Oh, and sorry for the late announcement. Somebody reminded me that I forgot to send a notification, and then I did it. And then I saw your DMs, and I first of all, I really appreciate your PR. That was a ton of work. Ads are done? Okay, but if people are still seeing ads, shouts out to Drills, who made a PR against this repo. So if you remember last week, I did like a 7-hour stream where I was... I made the exact same simple 3-page website in multiple different ways, but Drills went in and just made it amazing. So if you go into any one of these readmes, not only is it in separate folders, but they also added links to all of these stuffs that I talk about, like static file servers. And then if you go into this, there's even links to all of the libraries that we were talking about. And then it's set up in a way that if we want to create examples using other frameworks and other libraries, those can just all exist in this same repo. Ultimately, this repo is turning into like the like the Rosetta Stone of websites, because it's like you see the same website built many different ways. Divide by language, yeah. So I looked at your comment, but at the same time I was just like, we need to get this code in so then other people can start potentially making PRs. But I think this is fine, because you have single page application, examples, and then Vue 3. So if you had single page application, examples, React, that makes sense to me. However, you might actually run into an issue when you have a React app where the folder name is React. I see. I think language is a bit of a stretch. I think that too much. Like, potentially in the server-side rendered folder, that one we might... This one I think would make sense to separate by language, but all of the others are mostly all JavaScript. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, thank you for that link. All right, let's keep talking. So, when we're talking about... you can name it R34CT React. When we're talking... This particular problem has to do with decoupled applications. You have a backend API, that's one code base, and you have a front end, that's another code base. One solution to like not even have to deal with this is just use a hybrid framework where the lines are blurred between front end and back end, and all of your code is in one code base. And honestly, I mean, people might not like that I call it this, but it's kind of a monolith, right? Like, if you have, single code base with everything. But actually, like, that's a bit of a lie, because with Next.js, technically you can have little Lambda functions. And so now you have individual, it's weird. It's so weird to talk about, like, because Next.js absolutely like blurs these lines. But so first of all, let's define monolith. This is essentially a code base that is everything. So instead of separating into multiple like smaller services, so like monolith is the antithesis of microservices. Everything is one thing. And so the reason I'm calling it that is because all of your code exists in that one repo. It's a Next.js repo. It has all of your pages, your routes. It also, if you want to separate out the API routes, they still exist in the same code base. I think technically when you deploy Next.js with like Vercel, those API routes aren't technically going to be all deployed to the same server. They technically get split out into little serverless functions. I don't know. Honestly, Limodes, I guess the question is just use, or the answer is just use Next.js because it handles everything, so you don't even have to think about it or set it up. But that's one thing. Okay, but let's assume that you have decoupled. Let's assume that you have a backend API and a front end, and they're separate. Not Nuxt inside of Next. So Nuxt is Vue, and Next is React. But they both solve a very similar problem. And then SvelteKit is Svelte, and then Angular Universal is the one for Angular. So these are all ways of building like a hybrid server-side rendered single-page application app with these various front-end frameworks. Oh yeah, and then Remix would be in a similar boat to like Next.js. Okay, but again, let's take a step back. Let's assume that you are decoupling them. TRPC was created to kind of like solve this problem, where typically, so if you're using TypeScript, you have to completely define the type separately. Do we want to make an example with this? This is gonna here's what I hate doing. I hate calling this a code Q&A, and then I spend like 3 hours answering one question. But I kind of want to create an example. I want to create a backend API. I want it to have some models. I want to have a front end. Okay, let's not create an example right now. Let's just talk about it at a high level. I'll answer some other questions, and then we'll come back and we'll actually write some code examples. But TRPC tries to solve this problem of having a separate front end and a back end where it is easy to share the type definitions between them. So if you look at the example on trpc.io, like on their homepage, the left-hand side would be equivalent to like an Express API, where you define it, you say, I'm going to have a route. In their case, they call it a query. I'm going to have a route where the path is hello, and it accepts an object that has a property called text. And then when I respond to that request, I'm going to return an object which has a property called text. So because you wrote your code this way, that actually generates types. And then you can export that type and then import it on your front end. So when you import the type defined by your backend here on your front end, it is completely typed. So you can see all of the type completion. Like, so when it says .query, it knows exactly what queries are available. And then for the object that you're passing in, it knows exactly that it needs to have a text property. And then I think they're gonna change that text property to be name. And then now your front end is complaining because the types have changed. And so this is the problem that TRPC solves. Basically, you build your backend like this. You export the type, and then your front end code gets full type completion. And this front end code here is essentially just making HTTP requests. Like, this would be equivalent to like an Axios GET request or POST request. But you're using their custom client. Which basically, because it takes in the type, it knows about all of the paths and everything else. So this gives you end-to-end type completion. Basically, if you write your backend in this way, all of your types are now usable in your front end, and you don't have to define them separately. Because usually what would happen if you were doing it the decoupled way is you would need to like define your backend, define your models, have all of your interfaces, and then you need to pull them into your front end somehow. Typically, whenever you're building like an Express app, there aren't any types that say like what the paths are and like what data it accepts and stuff like that. You basically have to rework all of that on the front end and have all of your validations that kind of like mirror the back end. So that's the contrasting thing here is you just have a bunch of duplicate code. Yeah. That's a thing. And then again, to define this remote procedure call, the whole idea here is you are calling some function remotely. And in this case, it's like you defined this resolver function here, and then you can call it remotely from the front end. Behind the scenes, it's just an HTTP request. Like, there's nothing special about it, and it's not much different from defining like a backend Express route handler and then writing some front end code that makes an HTTP request. But that ultimately is RPC, or remote procedure call. There is gRPC, but the only thing that it has in common with tRPC is that it is a kind of remote procedure call. And they have a lot of clients for like a lot of different languages. Like, this is the other thing about tRPC, is it's pretty much only for TypeScript code bases. Yeah. Oh, thank you, T. Reno. A lot of people actually, I've heard, don't like my voice, but I appreciate that. So yeah, that's a thing. And that's one solution to this. And then the other solution, and actually, the thing about this is now, okay, so you see this line of code, line 10 on your in the front end code. It is importing the type from the defined server. And so what that means is that this either needs to be in the same code base, in the same repo, or it needs to be in a mono repo. And that's a whole nother thing. So the first solution is like a monolith where everything is all in one. The other solution is a mono repo, which is different from a monolith, because a mono repo is multiple packages / repos under a single repo. And what that would allow you to do, let's put that there. What that would allow you to do is to have, like, within your mono repo, you have your server folder, and then you have your front end folder. And then you could have another repo that you called shared or utils. And now both your front end and your back end could pull that in. And then if you had any other packages or services, you could define that at the top level. And then the mono repo would help you share the code between them. And so some solutions for this are Turbo Repo, which I haven't used. I've only ever used one called Lerna. But I do believe Turbo Repo is the new hotness. Like, if people are reaching for a mono repo solution, they would use Turbo. Anyone have other suggestions of mono repo solutions? And thank you, JD4 Writer. Yeah. NX, never heard of it. NX is good. Cool. Smart, fast, extensible build system. Cool. 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 Oh, NX took over Lerna? I had no idea. Oh, I see. So it's still under the Lerna repo, but they are essentially the maintainers for it. Is it okay to use a mono repo only to share types, or is it overkill? That's the question that Limeotes is asking. Mono repos seem like overkill just for types. And I mean, honestly, I don't have a good answer for you. I think, like, if you're going to be writing code this way, it kind of is the best solution, and really one of your only solutions. I mean, because the other option is you don't use a mono repo tool, and then you just clone the folders next to each other, and then you import the type relatively without a mono repo setup. But the issue with that is developer setup, right? A new developer comes to your team, and now you have a whole setup document. Oh, well, make sure you clone these two repos side by side so that one can import relatively to the other. And you don't want to have to do that. So by using a mono repo tool, it handles all of the symlinks between shared packages, which is the main reason that you're using it. Yeah. And so, like, I guess you could also have a single repo, like a single repo that holds both your front end and your back end code. But the issue with that is deployment. Deployment becomes tricky because now you have two separate code bases that need to be deployed separately, possibly. Yeah, so I'm having a dilemma right now because, like, I want to show you code, but I don't want to talk about this for hours. Like, I want to show you real examples of what I mean by this. So, yeah. Yeah, and that's what I was saying, Simon, is, like, basically, if you just use Next, it kind of solves this problem for you because it is a single code base that, when it needs to behave as a single page application, it does. When it needs to behave as a server-side render app, it does. And then you can also separate out things into API routes, which can be typed, and then you can share those types because it's the same code base. So, yeah. do it. Now, I think I'm gonna kind of stop here. Let me make sure I've, for the most part, have covered these answers, and then, like I said, we'll potentially come back to these later to show some examples. So I know you use import type, but that seems questionable. So this is the idea that you have two separate folders not in the same repo where you're just importing the type from the parent folder. I mean, I guess I technically can show an example that I'm doing in my TypeScript series. Let me show you. So if you look at our view code and you look at this little types file, some of you are going to cringe at this, but it's just an example, and I didn't have a mono repo set up. But basically, my front-end React code is importing the types from my back-end Express API. Now, it's important that I just have this type keyword there because when TypeScript gets bundled or compiled, all of the types get stripped away anyway. So it's not like I'm actually including back-end code in my front-end code. I'm literally just importing the types from my Express API. And if you look at my Express API, those types are defined on one of my back-end routes for like to-dos. Yeah, the to-dos model has some interfaces defined with Zod. And so I'm just basically importing those interfaces. That's one solution, but it's not a good solution because the code needs to be side by side and it's a relative import. The better solution is to use a mono repo, but Limeotes is mentioning that it is overkill because at the end of the day, you're only using the mono repo to share the types. And then code generation, I honestly don't like that either. I mean, that actually is what Prisma does. Well, it doesn't generate client code, but Prisma generates model code. gRPC is actually an example of code generation. Because like, let's say you build a gRPC backend, even with like Node. After you've built out your service, so you define your services, your data types, you create your functions in your Node backend that are going to respond accordingly. Then you can generate the client. I don't know if we can see an example of it. But basically, because you've defined your type this way on the backend, gRPC has a CLI where you can generate client-side JavaScript code that knows how to talk to this backend. But the issue is every time this backend changes, you have to regenerate that client. So that's one of the downsides of that. What's nice about tRPC is it doesn't use code generation. Like this exported type is purely a type. There's no build process or anything like that, which is really nice. And I'm reminded, somebody mentioned show version 10. Version 10 is a little bit different in that now instead of passing in an object that has input and query, you chain it as a procedure. I guess you have an object where the keys are the names of the query, like greeting, and then you'd create a procedure which has input and the query, which is the function that will run. So version 10 is a little bit nicer, like backend API. But yeah, that's the thing. Oh, I missed a bunch of chats. Dang it, I hate it when that happens. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Deploying as a subfolder within the Git repo. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the other thing about mono repos. Honestly, there's no good answer. It's like anyone you choose is going to have its downfalls. I think the least, even though mono repos seem like overkill, it probably is the best solution because, I mean, you're using the mono repo to share the types, but at the end of the day, you still have completely separate packages and you can keep on coding the way that you had intended. And if you really want to, you can extract out a separate shared, I guess you would do that in the case of a mono repo, extract out a shared library with shared types. Yeah, and then I guess like GraphQL, I guess technically in that case, isn't the client generated? I believe like your client side code would need to pull down the schema definition and then use that to make the GraphQL request. But anytime your backend schema changes, that schema definition needs to be regenerated. Yeah, so GraphQL code gen. So I think that's what Limeotes was talking about. If you use GraphQL, you have a typed backend. It can generate the types for the front end, but you literally have to generate that code. So anytime the backend changes, you need to regenerate the client-side code. So yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So if you do the mono repo thing, you don't run into having to clone multiple repos. How does RPC separate the transport layer? It says any transport protocol can be used. You use what you want to. So gRPC uses is it protobuf, which is a Google thing. It's basically like binary over the wire, proto request and proto response. Protocol buffers. Yeah, look at me. I know some things, I guess. So it sends binary data over the wire, whereas TRPC just sends JSON data over the wire. But you could come up with any data transfer format and build an RPC around that, as long as the client knows how to deserialize or use that data, and the server knows how to take data and turn it into that format so that it can send it over the wire. So that's why the transport layer is agnostic to the technology. And I guess you probably read that on Wikipedia, or where did you find that transport layer is, or that it separates it? Software. There it is. But yeah, that's the thing. What's up, Zelina? Welcome in. Might help to get a base app set up for demonstration purposes. Oh, yeah, I'm just not going to write any code right now. That's all. What's up, Slamar? Welcome in. Docker dev environments. I've heard of them. I haven't used them. And then, I mean, it's possible that, yeah, gRPC uses HTTP 2, but I would assume that it would be able to fall back to HTTP 1. Yeah. What's up, Crafty Becky? Welcome in. And Mezusif, welcome in. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to stop talking about this. I think, basically, I don't have a good answer for you, Limotes. And I'm figuring this out myself at the same time. So right now, so I talked about earlier the app that I wanted to work on for my videos website. I want to do it in a way that I'm sharing types, and I too am exploring options. Right now I started with SvelteKit and TRPC, but I'm also looking at Feathers v5, because Feathers v5 has this idea of schemas that I kind of like. And actually, this is potentially another solution. So if you look at how they do schemas, they use JSON schema. So, and this is one of the reasons that I think Feathers is gonna be good competition for TRPC, because TRPC, I mean, like, one of the criticisms of it is that, like, it's not using any sort of standard for your type definitions, and because of that, like, your client typically has to be written in TypeScript as well. Whereas if you use a more universal standard like JSON schema, you can have clients in any number of languages. Feathers v5 is a big jump, and I've only just started exploring it. I actually don't know when it's going to be released officially, but yeah. But their ideas of schemas is super interesting, because basically it's like TRPC, but instead of using Zod, you define everything with JSON schema, and what that means is you can use the client generation tools of any ecosystem that might be talking to JSON schema. I guess they can use Typebox as well. I've never heard of Typebox. I guess is Typebox a competitor to Zod? Yeah, looks like it. Typebox is kind of like Zod. But I think that's one of the other cool things about Typebox that Zod cannot do, is it can generate the JSON schema from a TypeScript definition. Whereas I think with Zod, you need a separate library to do that. But all of that to say, you define your schemas using JSON schema, and then your client-side code can get a reference to that schema, and it's type completed, similar to how it would be on TRPC. So, no good answer for you. I'm researching myself. I'll let you know if I find a good answer. And then Mihai Andre asks, what do I think about TRPC? Do I think it's worth it to use? I think so. I think if you already have like a somewhat tightly coupled backend and front end, and the front end that you're writing is the only client for that backend, I think TRPC makes sense. If you have multiple different types of clients, like let's say you have a native iOS app or a native Android app, it's going to be a little bit trickier to make a client for TRPC that's written in those. Though, I mean, we could probably look at the docs. I don't know if anybody's created like a Swift client for it or a Kotlin client. But basically, that's what would need to happen. Someone would need to create a library for Swift in the case of an iOS, the iOS ecosystem, that can like take in a TRPC type definition and turn it into like Swift types. Or if it's an Android app, then they'd have to write like a Kotlin library that can take in these types and turn it in. Which I don't. I'm at my limits of my knowledge here. So if those things exist, great. But I think that's one of the main things is if you have different types of clients, you're going to run into issues with TRPC. If your only clients are written in TypeScript, this seems like a good solution. And then Codex is mentioning that's why we use service-oriented architecture for client variants. Let's look that up on Wikipedia. Yeah. And M. Huggins is mentioning if the creator mentioned that as well. If you have multiple different clients written in different languages, it's probably not for you. But otherwise, it does seem like a really nice solution, and it's pretty. The API seems easy to use. I honestly haven't seen any really big APIs and apps written with TRPC. So I'm curious what that looks like, right? When let's say, I've worked on Express APIs where there are like 20 different separate API routers, each one having like 5 or more separate routes themselves. So it's a giant code base with tons of routes, and even just architecting how to set all of that up is a pain. So, it takes a lot of work and thought. So I'm curious if it's similar to set things up in TRPC this way. And then also, I guess one question I have, I don't know, it's not necessarily a criticism, but like the naming convention in TRPC. It does seem like you can name your TRPC routes kind of whatever you want. Whereas if you're building an Express API, most people at least try to adhere to like RESTful routes. Whereas with TRPC, you just name it whatever you want. At the end of the day, you're going to get type completion that has the names of those queries. So maybe you don't worry about that. But that is something that I've thought about. Like, what about big code bases? What about how do you keep your naming of routes consistent and that kind of thing? And honestly, like one of the TRPC things that I was playing around with, I was just using what I knew about REST APIs. So I literally created a TRPC router that had a get all, find all. And then I think I used like colon. So like you had different resources, like let's say to-dos. And so it would be to-dos find all, or to-dos create for the mutation. But I haven't seen any guidance around like naming in that sense. All right, let's look at service-oriented architecture. In software engineering, service-oriented architecture is an architectural style that focuses on discrete services instead of a monolithic design. By consequence, it is also applied in the field of software design. Cool. I mean, I've heard of this. I've probably done this. I don't know what it means exactly. Loosely coupling. So basically you have services that do one thing and do one thing well, and you have multiple different services, and then they all interact. Is that what we're saying here, Codex? Yeah. And good afternoon, Omni. Welcome in. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, basically you can merge, with TRPC, you can merge routers, so you can still define separate ones, so you can keep your code somewhat modular. But yeah, I'm just curious, like, does it break down at a certain point, or like, does it work with a lot? Yeah. I think Remix would be worth exploring, but it does fall under the same category as like Next, in that it's just one big React code base anyway, so all of your types would be defined there. Underlying domains that are surfaced to clients via explicit services. Cool, that makes sense. Okay, let's keep moving. Thank you for your question, Limeotes. I'm sorry I don't have a good answer for you. We still talked about it for a long time. And thank you, Mihai Andre, for your question as well. Maybe we'll add some code examples, but honestly, I want to try to answer as many questions as I can today, because last time I answered 2 questions, and it was a 7-hour stream. So let's keep going. So Pablo asked a week ago, let's say I want to do something in web dev. What is the best place to find the state-of-the-art way of doing it? Um, you're here, the coding guard. No, I honestly, I don't know. I like, um, it's hard to say. I don't know. And also, this is also just this just creates a the idea that what you're doing has to be state of the art, because at the end of the day, what is the reason we're doing web development? To to provide value of some kind, to make products that people actually use. I mean, I do a lot of it for fun, but at the end, but most of you all that are watching probably do it for a job. Like, you're getting paid to do it, and the reason you're getting paid to do it is because the software you're creating provides some kind of value for the company that you're working for. So, does it have to be state of the art? No, it just has to work. So yeah, but what is the best place to find the state of the art way of doing it? It really just, I mean, I can give a few links to like stay up to date on all of the various things that are out there. So if you take a look at Best of JS like once a week, you'll see newer open source projects that are gaining traction. Like, this is the first place that I heard about TRPC. It's the first place that I heard about Tari. It's the first place I heard about Quick. What else? Like, all of these things that people talk about all the time. This is the first place that I saw them before I even saw like a Reddit article about them. Though it usually coincides. It's usually that like one of these things will have a big release. They'll get a bunch of publicity, a bunch of stars on GitHub, and that's when they'll pop up on Best of JS. But this is a good site to look at. Yeah. I want to do this thing. Is there a super cool library that everyone uses? Yeah, and I think Best of JS is probably where to look. But at the end of the day, you also could look on GitHub, and then just take a look at like number of stars, is the project active, that kind of thing. But yeah, if I had to give you one answer, really just look at this website and look at hot projects. So yeah, and then on the topic of like, does it have to be state of the art? No, like Codex is saying, if you know the patterns, however you do it is fine. And honestly, you if you're building software for businesses, you want it to be stable. So a lot of times, state of the art isn't necessarily stable and isn't necessarily proven and proven in production that like thousands of people have used it without error and it works well. So that's the other thing to think about. And then look at MDN. Yeah, MDN is great for like learning about that kind of stuff. Yeah, but did I post the link? I did post the link. And then I guess also the State of JavaScript survey that comes out once a year. They give a rundown of and because they provide metrics that it's actually good to go by, especially like if you're, let's say you're leading a dev team and you want to decide, all right, what should I use? Because they have metrics, because so many people took these surveys and said, oh, well, I'm using Jest and Express, or I'm using like Webpack or whatever else. This site really gives you a, like, over the past year, what are people really using? And they release something every year, so that's something else you can look at. So yeah, Pablo, any other thoughts on this? So yeah. What is daily.dev? I've never heard of it. They have a cool domain. All developer news in one place. You know what? I think I found this and I was like, I don't want to install a browser extension to read articles. Like, why do I need a browser extension? Show me the news. Okay, there we go. It's so tiny. Use the web version instead. Actually, I mean, this looks cool. This looks cool. Yeah, check out Daily Dev as well. Though the fact that they're trying to get you to install an extension, I would be cautious of that. Like, what permissions does that extension have? Like, why does it need to be an extension? I don't know. Yeah, and then I'll because we're already talking to Pablo, I'll look at their package that they mentioned last week. But yeah, let me know, Pablo, any other thoughts on this? And I don't mean to shut your question down about state of the art. It's just like, also like state of the art is also like triggering for a lot of people because there's so much happening in the web ecosystem that like people just get fed up with all of it. So it's like like the mentality that I've adopted is like, I use what works and what I know. And if I see something else that seems like it can make my life easier, I'll give it a try. So like TRPC seems like it'll make my life easier. I'm giving it a try. And Kodak says, that's me too. Yeah, it's like, I mean, honestly, I think most successful people in this field have that mentality, because if you're always trying to chase the latest and greatest stuff, like you'll get extremely overwhelmed, and also you'll get what's the word? Disheartened or demoralized, just because there's so much stuff, especially as a newbie trying to navigate all this stuff. My homepage is set to Hacktober tab. Cool. I could always make content out of longer answers. It's true, but at the same time, like even so, if you saw last week, I did that 7-hour stream. It's over on the Coding Garden archive now. But honestly, yeah, this one, yeah, 7 hours. But it's like, okay, I answered that question about types of website, and Fernanda, thank you very much for that Prime. I answered that question, and like we got a lot of good content out of it, but 7 hours is a really long video to try and edit down and like turn into actual YouTube content, and most people are not going to click on a 7-hour video. So it's tricky. Yeah. How do I become handsome like you? Lighting. Just have really good lighting. Like if you look at my studio, there's lights everywhere. That's the first step. How do you explain to someone why I don't just use their QR code at their stand to go to their domain? Yeah. I mean, that's if we want to start ranting, at least in the US, when the pandemic happened and eventually restaurants started opening up again, everyone was implementing QR codes to look at their menu, and then also to pay. And some of the restaurants that I went to, I have an app that won't immediately go to the link. Like it previews what you just scanned to like try and be somewhat secure. And some of the links were just so fishy. Like I would not want to go to that site to put my credit card in, I don't know. Sometimes I think too big and want to use something that'll also work for future huge project, even if I'm currently just working on something small. That's the other thing as well, right? Like every developer like thinks that this app is going to be around forever, this code base is going to be around forever, but a lot of stuff is like short-lived or just smaller, and you don't need the bigger stuff. But yeah, and welcome in, League Geek. What's my go-to approach for building small utilities? I honestly really like Node for doing it. I mean, it's probably because I just use it so much, but like I'm really good at reading files in, writing them out, and then if I need to do some sort of transformation or something specific to a file or to some data, there's probably an npm package I could use. So like a lot of the things that I used to write as bash scripts, I actually just use Node.js for. And then there's a thing we've talked about on stream before that lets you write JavaScript that like looks like bash scripts. I've never used that, but that's cool too. I always think of those people that build intricate things in the woods with sticks and rocks. That's like web dev. Sure, you can use a bulldozer, but if you know how to build safely, you know how to build. Yeah, what are those called? Primitive technology, I think, is one of the main channels that does that. I'm not going to look it up, but yeah, primitive technology. 7 hours of subconscious learning. It's true, Acid Spark. It's true. Oh, and I forgot. I'm gonna make you a mod, Acid Spark. No pressure. No pressure. But you have the keys to the castle now. And I appreciate you. Thank you for being a supporter of the stream and a community member and all that good stuff. So yeah. QR code hijacking on meters is bad here. Yeah, I'd expect it. Yeah. Yeah, Limeoats got mod today too, and Mark got mod today. ZX, that's the one that I was thinking of, yeah. Do I think the web development space has become too complex? No, like I said, there are ways of doing things that don't have to be complex. And honestly, like if we're talking about like simple websites, you could just use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You don't have to use React or Vue or some of the newer stuffs. At the end of the day, those things do provide a better developer experience, but I think that's the other key thing. And I was thinking, I woke up in the middle of the night thinking about this in terms of developer experience. Like almost all of the tools that come out these days are pretty much all about developer experience. Like they're just one other way of doing the exact same thing we've been doing for so long. And it really comes down to like, do you prefer that developer experience over your current one? And if you do, and it makes your life easier, then yeah, go for it. But if it doesn't, don't like have an uphill battle. Just keep doing what you're doing. So yeah, but I specifically was and Fatum, thank you very much for that Prime. I specifically was thinking about Tailwind because Tailwind is a very divisive topic. Like there are people that like absolutely love it, and there are people that absolutely hate it. And like at the end of the day, like if you like Tailwind, that's great. Well, I think why a lot of people like Tailwind is because of the developer experience. Like there was some pain point in their experience working with Sass or just plain old CSS or CS modules or CSS and JS. It's very likely that a lot of these people that like Tailwind did use all of those solutions and they preferred the developer experience of Tailwind. And I almost want to do like a case study on why that is. Because I mean, honestly, like it does just come down to opinion and preference because, I mean, the way I was thinking about it is like, if I try to think about the ultimate CSS or CSS and JS solution, I actually think it's CSS modules. Because if you pair it with TypeScript, then you actually have strong typing between your CSS styles and classes and your actual code. Like one of the biggest issues with CSS and like large code bases with a whole lot of CSS is figuring out where a CSS class is defined and why it's being applied to one specific element. But if you use CSS modules, you have developer tooling that will take you immediately to that class that was defined. And I think that like that's why people like Tailwind is like everything is right there in front of you. You don't have to go all over your code base to find where and why those things were defined. So that piece of the developer experience is why people really like it. Whether or not they say that or whether or not they're able to articulate that, the fact that everything you're working on and doing is in one spot and you don't have to go all over your code base, that's why they like it. Now, are there downsides to that? Probably, but I don't know. I honestly think CSS modules are the best way to go, and I think eventually, I think there's even a specification that might add CSS modules to the browser, so that's a thing. Yeah, there goes the neighborhood. Come on, Codex. You get a mod. Yeah, Jules, you can be a mod too. There you go. I hate C# with a passion. I'm in love with Vanilla.js. How can I learn to love C#? Treat it like something. Treat it like it's not JavaScript. I mean, I usually have the same advice for people that already know C# and they're trying to learn JavaScript. Treat it like a different language. Like if you're trying to use C# like it is JavaScript, you're going to have a bad time. If you're trying to use JavaScript like it is C#, you're going to have a bad time. So I think like one of the real benefits of C# is the strong typing and the developer tooling. Like if you've ever used like, I mean, honestly, Visual Studio Code is really good with C#. But all of that to say that like there's a lot of really cool built-in developer tooling that you get when you use a strongly typed language, and like that's why C# is pretty great, I think. Yeah. 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 I mean, that's the main reason. They're there to help you organize, and like organization is one piece of developer experience. So yeah. Oh, no worries, League Geek. Thank you very much for your... Oh, I see it. Wonder why it didn't pop up. Honestly, a lot of resubs aren't popping up. There could be an issue with my overlay. Let me load my overlay just so we can see. So we can see. If there are any errors in the console. This is what I meant. That's what I said. So we can see. Cool. But if someone else gets has a... That's really weird. Cool. If someone else has a resub and you don't see it, let me know. I'm gonna check the console for errors. Tailwind is the best web development technology in the last 20 years. See, some people really love it. In my opinion, what framework gives the best developer experience? It's Vue and Svelte. Both of them in different ways, but the developer experience in Vue and Svelte is light years ahead of React, I believe. That's just my opinion. I tried Tailwind. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I love it or hate it. I think the thing is, like, Tailwind is really good when you're working in a component library, right? When you have separate, lots of different components for everything, and all of the styles you're defining are typically unique to a given component. I do not think Tailwind is a good fit for like a traditional, like completely static website. Because then where you're not using components, because it's a whole lot harder to reuse those Tailwind styles when you don't have components. Yeah. Oh, I don't know, BTRSL. I'm making it a point to try and answer more questions, so I hope that it's not 8 hours. Yeah. Welcome in, Alex. Yeah. I made a VS Code extension for better IntelliSense in CSS modules, and I still went back to Tailwind. Well. Tailwind CSS is better than I don't think it is, and I think the reason you have that opinion is you didn't have the right extensions, and the code wasn't structured in the right way. I think like you can reach a really good developer experience with CSS modules. I do believe, but it's not. I don't think it's straightforward, which is the problem, right? It needs to be straightforward. Tailwind is straightforward. You just install it and you're ready to go. So. Yeah. Yeah, and I think this is one thing that you could have issue with is like, yeah, there's a bunch of styles there, but at the same time, it's all about developer experience, right? You don't have to go finding 3 or 4 different separate CSS classes to see where those properties were applied. You just see it all in line. So that's the argument for it and why people, I guess, put up with a bunch of CSS classes. Yeah. And then, yeah, like naming things is the other argument that people use. But like you're naming JavaScript variables all the time anyways. Like you can come up with some CSS class names. Like that's not going to add 2 hours to your day just coming up with names for your CSS classes. And the thing is, when you use CSS modules or even any other CSS and JS solution, like you don't have to even use a naming convention. Just name it whatever you want. I don't know. Yeah, a lot of people like Tailwind. Just search for Tailwind on Reddit and you'll just find the craziest arguments for both sides. Like they either love it or they hate it. Yeah. Yeah. And I think like Tailwind is a little bit better than like pure inline styles because it has predictable sizing and predictable like it has a predictable design system where the numbers that you use are typically based on like a specific multiplier. I don't know if that's the right way to talk about it, but yeah. Yeah, everybody's getting mod. Please don't ban everyone, Jill. Yeah, I mean, so for the most part, like when we're in the software and development category, oh, I'm still in just chatting. Huh. Who'd have thought? Well, who found me today because I was in just chatting? I totally forgot to move out of the just chatting category. Let's stay in we're just chatting. We're just some devs chatting. But when I was doing IRL streams, there were a lot of random people coming in when we did need mods. So that's why I'm making people mods. Because the thing is, like, the current mods that I've had or that I have been my mods for like at least 2 years, probably some of them closer to 4 years at this point. And Worsty, thank you very much for that Prime. I'm in your recommended channels, Blindfish. That's nice to hear. Yeah, so like for most mods, they've been here for a long time. And what that means is like, I mean, the community has changed, the times I stream have changed, like their lives have changed. So not all of them can tune in all of the time, which is why we kind of need new mods, like the people that are here often, and longtime members of the community. Yeah, and so this is the other benefit of Tailwind is consistency between sizing and colors. Yeah. Wait, what did line modes do? I don't think I saw what line modes did. Tailwind isn't component driven. It's for building your own design system. I don't know what you mean by that, but what I'm saying is the reason it works for a lot of people, and so I mean the use case. I'm not even gonna. Let's say you want a button, right? It's gonna take 5 or 6, maybe 7 Tailwind classes to style that button, right? You don't want to copy and paste those 7 styles every time you have a button, so you extract it into a component called button. You can use that everywhere, and now you've essentially like encapsulated your use of those 7 Tailwind classes. That's all I'm saying. It doesn't have to be component driven, but that reduces your duplication with Tailwind, and that's why a lot of people like it as well. And why a lot of people are okay with using that many classes, because it's only defined typically on the components, at a component level and then reused at that level. My website was rewritten to be a SvelteKit static app. So I built it with SvelteKit, and then I used the static adapter static. So when I build it, it is all static files. So there's no server process for doing server side rendering. It essentially turns into a single page application. So like if you go to this page, you see how quick that load was? It's because it's a single page application load. Or if I go to the videos page, boom. Or if we go to the frequently asked questions page, boom, it uses single page application loading. Whereas before, each of those pages was defined completely separately. So if you went to them, it would have to re-download a bunch of HTML and CSS and JavaScript. Whereas now it can do the single page application loading. Yeah. Where did I start my web dev career? What was my job and how did I find it? I have a degree in computer science, and also, I guess you could have asked this over here, Ryan. Do !ask just so I can pin it and we can all answer it, Ryan. I'll give you my background. Welcome in, Devev. Glad to have you. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one. Coding Garden, coding.garden. Yeah. You can use the apply directive, but that's the thing. When you're using the apply directive, that is just like defining a CSS class, right? Right? I mean, it's not just like, because you get the design system, you get the reusable colors and sizing and stuff like that, but the developer experience is the same. Actually, I would argue that as far as I know, the developing experience would be worse, because all of your @apply directives are defined in the same place. Now I guess you could come up with your own way of managing lots of apply directives, but at least the way I've seen it, all of those apply directives go into your Tailwind config file, which means they're all going to be in one spot. So that's another downside to that. Yeah. Oh well, I mean, but that's another confusion. Kvzvzn? I don't know how to say it. KVZ. Tailwind alone doesn't have components, right? If you install Tailwind, all you get are the CSS classes. If you want Tailwind components, yeah, you could make an argument for sure. The person that created that knows what they're doing. And it's not Tailwind component. I think it's Tailwind UI. Tailwind UI is the one. I got that wrong last time. People got mad. Tailwind UI is the one. And you could argue, yes, they know what they're doing. But this costs money. And it basically just is a wrapper on top of Tailwind. But we're purely talking about Tailwind proper. We're not talking about Tailwind UI or anything else. So yeah. But as you can see, I mean, I've been talking about it for 10 minutes at this point. Tailwind is very divisive. People are chiming in the chat just to defend it or to talk about it and everything else. Like, it's a very divisive topic. And Pablo, I don't know if you left for a second, but any other thoughts on this? I mentioned it earlier. I don't know if you heard me. I did not mean to shut down your question by saying well, I'm not even going to worry about being state of the art. Let me know if I answered your question or if you have other thoughts on it. Yeah. And Worsty, thank you for that Prime. I don't know if I missed it. Yeah, and again, welcome in, Blindfish. It's really funny that I'm just in your recommended. I don't do code reviews lately, but I want to get back into it. Yeah. I am too, Pablo. If anyone, I mean, honestly, if you looked at some of the old YouTube streams, Doc was one of the most prolific mods, and I have not heard from him since 2021. Sent him an email, messaged him on Twitch and Discord. I don't know what happened to him. So if you're out there, Doc, just say hi. I don't know what happened. Yeah. And what's up, Florin? Welcome in. Shouts out to Florin. I don't know if you're still here. That was 5 minutes ago. But thank you for being here. Well, that didn't work. Yeah, click that. Drop a follow. Actually, I don't know if Florin has streamed in a while. I haven't seen anyways. 2 years ago. Well, I'm sure he's over on YouTube too. So definitely click follow that link and then follow his YouTube link as well. Thanks for being here. Yeah, and no worries, Acid Spark. I mean, honestly, like I see you in the chat most of the time, which is why you should have been a mod a long time ago. And Coding Tomato, thank you very much for that resub. Yeah. Wait, are you already a mod on Discord, Drills? Oh, or you're a mod over on Florin. Is that what you're saying? I'm not gonna mod you yet, Codex, but one day. Well, did you change your name, or have you always been Codex? You have over 1,000 messages sent in my channel. Honestly, I could mod you. I probably should mod you. What is the usage of ask if I answer? Mainly to hold on to these questions. I know the frustration, right? But right now I'm 6 minutes behind on chat, and there are a lot of comments that people made that were in relation to things that I was talking about earlier, which is why I'm trying to get to them. But yeah, if you have a question, use the commands. Yeah. Do I have an interview process for being a mod? No, it's really just people that have been in the community for a long time. I mean, honestly, like, yeah, all of the old mods that we had, or I mean, the existing mods, all of the mods that have been mods for a few years, were longtime watchers of the YouTube channel, and then eventually, like, they were always in the chat. They were a lot of times very helpful, and then they got mod. But yeah, no, and that's the thing. You can have you are welcome to your tech opinions. Like, you can like whatever you want and still be a mod. Also, you actually don't even know, you have to know how to code and you could be a mod. Though I think most of my mods know how to code. Yeah. No, and no worries, Zillar. I think a lot of the things I say can be interpreted in different ways, which is why I need to clarify. So yeah, that's that apply directive thing that you're talking about there. Yeah. Welcome in, Snickerdoodle. If you do an exclamation mark ask, I'll try to answer that. I've talked about imposter syndrome before, but a lot of the things that we're talking about today, I think, like in terms of just doing what works and just doing my best, that honestly, a lot of that applies to imposter syndrome as well. So if you do exclamation mark ask, I'll try to get to it. Have I just been clicking skip break? Because this is the first time I even remember this popping up on my screen. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, yes. I mean, I don't know, but I honestly would think that a lot of people are overusing Tailwind. Like, they used it in like a React code base, and it worked well because or like any component based thing, and then they're trying to use it elsewhere where they don't have components, and I don't think it makes sense to use there. Yeah. Oh, then you can do apply in a CSS to I see. So it's possible to create those applied classes in the same component. They don't all have to be in the config. That makes sense. Yeah. Oh, where's T? Sorry. Thank you for the sub. Or did I? Oh, I didn't miss your sub. I see. Thank you. Oh, I totally forgot that we were going to do that, Timon. Did you message me on Discord? But message me again if that's a thing. And what's up, Sound of Gaming? I don't know if I saw your messages. Yeah. What's up, Vidith? Welcome in. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I do think that the utility classes in Tailwind are very, like, having access to Flexbox classes, are awesome. And also like spacing utilities. All of those things are great because it is very cumbersome to just define a CSS class just to make something a flexbox or just to add a little bit of padding. So having those utilities are awesome. To me, if you have like it's to me it starts to break down when you have like more than 4 or 5 utility classes. It's like if you have more than 4 or 5 utility classes on a single element, to me that means you should just move it into its own CSS class. But that's just me. Yeah, I mean, so because the other thing about being a mod here on the Coding Garden, anyways, is we just have a very specific style and a very specific community, and there are things that I allow and don't allow, and most of the people in the community already know that. So if somebody comes along doing weird things, I think any longtime community member would already know that a mod would take action. So, yeah. See you later, Jules. Thanks for being here. You've sent over 1,000 messages, right? Not yet. It's Shulman. I'm not gonna mod you yet, but you're a contender. Honestly, most of the people in the chat with a sub badge are a contender for being a mod. Most of you have been here for so long. Yeah, exactly. The number one rule of being a mod is don't ask to be a mod. Yeah. Ah. See? Even Asset Spark has figured it out. If you are making a comment, and I mean, you can see I'm 4 minutes behind on chat right now. You could add to your comment so that I have context when I finally reach your comment. Yeah, you know, I know Codex. I know. You were always in the chat. Maybe I missed your questions or your answers, Pablo. And Arc Anya, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in. What were you working on? OpenQ.dev. Can I click this link? What's it going to do? The dev community building the future. Pull requests as a service. Pull peer-to-peer freelance marketing tailored for software development. This is cool. So people can open issues on their repo and say, I will pay you to close this issue. That is awesome. That's cool. Welcome in. Glad to have you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. We're just talking. We're just talking about code. I'm answering questions, but right now I'm a little bit behind on chat. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the OpenQ, that sounds like a really cool idea. Never heard of that. If you do !ask, we can talk about it. So, and also any mod or anybody, if you see somebody ask a question and they don't do the command, do this so that we don't lose their question. I know I don't interview or whiteboard my mods. No, I think honestly, if it's the best interview system because a lot of these people have literally been here for 2 years. So it's like I've seen them in the chat for the past 2 years. I know the kinds of messages they send. That's their interview. The past 2 years has been their interview essentially. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing. I think AutoMod takes care of a lot of stuff. Like over the past few years, our mods have added various things to like the block word list and stuff like that. So like, it's very rare that a message makes it through. So yeah. Yeah. How much is the Garden TLD? Oh, it depends. I use Namecheap. It's my favorite. If you get Mune Devs Garden, let's see, $13 for the first year on Namecheap, and then $26 a year after that. A site that I use, I think it's called DomComp. It'll show you the pricing of domains across registrars. So if you look for a .garden, you can see Porkbun has it for $4 for the first year. Though it'll vary because for some what do you call it? For some domain registrars, I mean, actually, I think it's a lot of them. If you try to register a domain that's only like 3 or 4 characters, the price is going to be a whole lot more, even if it's available. Like, let's see, boo.dev. Is it available? It's not. But I guess these premium are probably resale because it does renew at a lower price. I forget there's some domains that if you try to get like a 3-letter domain, it's going to cost a whole lot more than like a 4 or 5-letter domain. Why is GG so expensive? I don't know. I mean, because it's gaming and people that game have money. I don't know. We can see it might not actually be gaming. If we look up that, oh yeah, so it's actually it's the top level country domain for Bailiwick of Guernsey. The heck is that? It's French. An island country off the coast of France. So, I mean, that's probably why, because any domains, .gg domains that are purchased are going to this country, and they know that a lot of people want to buy them because it's like good game, and so gaming people use them. Even though that's not the intended use. It's actually a top level country domain. That's why they charge a lot of money, is because they know people will pay it. Yeah. Appreciate that SF mode. There's a lot of people that'll just troll no matter what. Yeah. And I think that like that's basically the example that I'm trying to set. Like if you're good and you behave, then eventually you'll probably be a mod. So, yeah. The only way to see the messages you send is if I click on your name. Like this. 176. Oh, and just real quick while we're talking about community members, shouts out to Salahuddin Ahmed. They have made so many valuable pull requests against my repos. Look what they did. So this is the CodeKatas repo. They literally went through every single CodeKatas episode. They added to the README. They added a link to the folder. They added a link to the GitHub, to the YouTube video. They added a link to the file. They added a link to the CodeWords website. Now, it's possible that I have a script to generate this. But even so, like, look at all these updates. Like, this makes it so much better for new people coming to the repo. They can literally see when and where I solved a specific problem, which is awesome. And then they also made a PR against Coding Improv, the README there. So that's the reason I've been able to like click the links in the README, is they literally added links to the YouTube video, links to the code, links to the deployed site. So shouts out to Salahuddin. I don't ever know how to say their name, but I VIP'd them this morning because, yeah, they're not here today, but they're awesome, and I appreciate them. How many messages does Pablo have? 1,000. Over 1,000. Sequel Gorgster, definitely over 1,000. Yeah, cool. And you get a mod too, Sequel Gorgster. Okay. Job interviewing tomorrow morning, and it's about Node. I've never touched Node in my life. Well, then why are you interviewing for Node? I mean, best of luck to you. But you should probably make a Node app right now. Just do some Node stuff. In Arabic, it's pronounced Salahuddin. Salahuddin. Salahuddin? Salahuddin Muta. Well, I don't remember what their last name was. Salahuddin. But yeah, Burke, best of luck to you, but also just write some Node if you don't. Well, welcome back, Drills. Sequel Gorgster is a new mod. Yeah. Yeah, I use Namecheap for most things. I love the ones that are 40K. Yeah, so those are basically like people reselling the domain. So they bought what they thought was like a desirable domain, and then now they're reselling it, but when it renews you just pay the renewal price. But some domains do have a renewal price of like $1,200 because they're like the shorter characters. I'm an island boy. Why are we talking about islands? Wait, what? Oh, we're talking that .gg. I see. Oh yeah, and then yeah, what is TV? Tuvalu. Huh. All right. Can we pay to be a mod? Definitely not. Definitely not. Too much responsibility? Well, I think that's the thing. Like, it's easy to be a mod around here. For the most part. Like, people behave themselves really well. And welcome in, Andres. Glad to have you. Yeah. I think you can make it to do app with C# and React. What do I think? Sure. If those are things that you want to learn, go for it. Like, are you thinking of building like a JSON API with C# and then a front end with React? That could be cool. Yeah. Is it sane to use only 10 minutes for dinner? I mean, it depends on how fast you eat, but no, it is funny when you go to a channel and like all of the messages are from mods like this. Though, I mean, we have a lot of other people here too, so. I have no friends. We'll be your friend. Join the Discord. Say hello. Everyone send some heart emotes to I'm baby in the chat. Yeah, what's up, the Pat? Welcome, man. I'm doing good. I'm almost caught up on chat. Yeah, I noticed way fewer misbehaviors than in any other channels. Yeah, people are nice. Cool. All right, we're caught up in the chat. All right. If you had more thoughts on this, Pablo, I missed it, but basically my answer was best of JS and state of JS. These are probably, and we're getting back to answering questions now. And their question was, how do I find the state-of-the-art way of doing things? Honestly, Best of JS is going to show you new and up-and-coming projects that are on GitHub. And then the State of JS is a survey that happens once a year, and it basically shows you the popularity of stuff. So if you follow those two things, you can be pretty state-of-the-art. But I also said you don't have to be state-of-the-art. So thank you for that question, Pablo. And then Pablo asked this a week ago, so I'm going to go ahead and take a look. Will you give me my developer experience feedback on my SvelteKit package? Let's take a look. I think the points are just adding up. I typically refund the points if people use them. SvelteKit search params. The fastest way to read and write from query search params in SvelteKit. All right, here's an example. Add it as a plugin. Okay. So far, developer experience, great. I just import it and add it. Great. Okay. The simplest and most effective way to use this library is by importing the method. You can invoke it. The function returns a store, so make sure to use the $ prepended to handle auto subscription. Okay. Oh, and then, this is cool. So this would actually change the query param in the URL as somebody typed in the input. Is that what that would do? That's crazy. Do mods have permission to reject them? If you have permission, yeah, just reject them all. I usually give the points back. Honestly, it's kind of just like however many points you have is an indication of how often you watch the channel and how long you've been here. So far, this looks cool, Pablo. And I think ultimately the problem that you're solving is in SvelteKit, which is a server-rendered, hybrid server-rendered framework. Broke 250,000 seedlings? Wow. Honestly, we could probably go by seedling count for who should be a mod. Like, we could have a 200,000 redemption become a mod. Or, like, request mod. That actually would be really funny. Here, I'm going to do it. I'm going to add a... What should it be? Like, how many points... mods, tell me how many points you have, and then we can act accordingly. But I would assume that most of the mods actually have quite a few channel points. 122,000. 420. Dang, Jules, that's a lot. Wait, you're joking. You're joking. 140K, 250. All right. I'm gonna add add one. You don't get to become one, but you can be request to be a mod. Request to be a mod. This request might not be approved, but you can try. I'm gonna make it 120,000. Wait, who has 120,000 or more seedlings? Ask how many codecs. Oh, Macaroni Pizza Pie has 119. All right, we're gonna make it 200,000. Limotes is a special case. I honestly feel like Limotes has been here longer than most people. I don't know why they don't have that many. Oh, you spent them all on coding improv. It's true. I think that's the thing. Like you got a suggestion in decoding improv on like the majority of the episodes. Okay. Oh no, not just to spite macaroni. No, 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 no. Okay. Back to talking about Pablo's library. This looks cool because I think the only other way to get params is probably to use like URL search params. And the fact that they're reactive based on if the query params change. So, Pablo, if you're still here, this looks really good to me. I think one thing you might show in your README is the alternative. Like, if I didn't use your library, what would I have to do? And I actually don't know because I'm not that familiar with SvelteKit. Yeah, query. Let's look at query string parameters. I the other day I had a heck of a time trying to just get URL params in SvelteKit. At the end of the day, it was fairly easy, but it was so hard to find in the docs. Like I literally had a param in the path, and I needed to get it into my component, and it took me forever to figure out. So Ryan is saying it is hard to figure out, or it is a pain. Oh, I guess that's true. If you're a sub, you get a multiplier anyways, so I think that's why it does make sense to make it more. Whenever you encounter a URL, page.url.searchparams, I guess, would do it. Huh. Yeah, I mean, I would assume that, yeah, this thing is an instance of URL search params, but it's really just like, how do you get access to it to begin with? I hate $sign in JavaScript. It could be. You hate, I mean, you remember the days of jQuery or something like that. Now, I don't use Next.js. I don't. Is NextConf happening right now? So, it's live now. Can I watch? How do I watch? I have to give them my email? Well, I'm not going to do that. I mean, they already have my email. I have a Vercel account. Okay. Yeah, honestly, so SvelteKit, really cool, but their docs, I do think they're lacking. I mean, at first I thought it was just me, but for the life of me, I cannot figure out page props, page params, yeah. Okay, in SvelteKit, here we go. Pablo's got it. And you can go to app to update the URL. My solution, a nicer API. It does. I mean, honestly, I couldn't even figure out how to get that from their docs, Pablo. Like, I mean, technically, that page I was just on did say that you could use the page API. So if I had page.url, then I could just do this. But, yeah. Huh. Yeah, I would say ultimately, Pablo, your docs look great. And the developer experience looks good to me. So to me, a good developer experience is like I have to do as little work as possible, right? It does exactly what I want it to do and nothing more, and that's it. So like I bring it in, I ask for a specific query param, good to go. That's it. That's all. And I like that. So I think it's good. Thank you for sharing. All right, if you've asked a question, type exclamation mark here. It'll bubble up, and I'll do my best to answer it. Okay, Coder Muntahai has asked, what do you prefer for complete beginners? Learning via reading through documentation or watching tutorial videos? I think a little bit of both, honestly, a little bit of both, because we in the world of education, like there used to be this idea that people had specific learning styles, that someone might learn really well from like a lecture, someone might learn really well from reading a book, someone might learn really well for watching a video. But what we learned is that there isn't just one good, or people typically don't just have one preferred learning style. The best way to learn stuff is to have lots of different modalities. Do it in lots of different ways, because basically your brain is experiencing the material in different ways, which allows you to see it from a different angle, and also for that information to stick around for longer. So I would recommend all of it. I mean, for beginners, it's probably easiest to start with video tutorials, because honestly, a lot of documentation can be really daunting for people that are newer to it. At the same time, you can't just depend on videos, because if you had to go to a YouTube video and like scroll through it and find the exact spot where someone is talking about something that you want to find an answer to, every time you want to find an answer, that's going to be really cumbersome. So watching the tutorials is a good way to get started. It's like a kickstart, and then eventually, at least I think, like the developer journey is eventually everything you learn is mostly through documentation. Eventually, but it takes a little bit to get there. And I think you should do a little bit of both. And thank you, Extreme Gamer. Learn by doing, yeah. And so I think that's the other aspect of it as well. Like, watch tutorial videos, but don't just watch them. After you've watched them, try to build and implement the things that you watch the person doing. And then the other aspect of that, so we're talking about learning theory, Namaste Geek. And I talked about how learning styles are a myth. And the reality of the situation is people learn from many different learning styles, and it's probably best to have multiple different learning styles. Yeah. Would you agree, Namaste Geek? You're an instructional designer, is that right? I believe, or something like that. You're in the education field, aren't you? Yeah. Cool. Yeah, and I'll try to get to your question in a second, Ampace. That one and this one. Yeah. Any of these questions that are blue right now, I'm going to do my best to answer today. So stick around. The thing that frustrates me the most watching someone learning to code is thinking they can reverse engineer the right way to do things, and then tutorials, videos, and articles reach for the lowest common denominator that doesn't teach the best practices. Yeah, it's super tricky. I mean, I think that's why early in someone's learning career, like, video tutorials are good, but then once you move past that, like, most videos and tutorials are just lowest common denominator, like the easiest way to do things, not necessarily the best practices or things that are happening in larger code bases or on larger teams. But yeah, that's exactly right. Nice. My memory is like decent today. I've remembered a couple of things where I was like, oh wow, I can't believe I remembered that. If you're going to watch videos, see if you can remake something slightly different after you've watched it. Yeah, and that's that's advice I've given as well. Like, watch the tutorial video. Don't just copy the code exactly that the tutorial showed you. Essentially, try to build your own thing that's like a slight variant of what you saw in the video. Because that also has to do with how your brain interprets things. Because now not only are you creating something, but you have to use critical thinking to adapt it to be slightly different than what the tutorial author made. Yeah. Nice. The other problem with YouTube these days is the fight for rising up the algorithm. Yeah, I mean, if you can tell, like, I'm not trying to fight any algorithm at all. Like, I mean, I guess technically you could argue that this video is just like buzzword soup because it's like React, TypeScript, ESLint, Vite. But all of these videos are extremely straightforward. Like, I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm just trying to teach you the stuff. And it's probably why I haven't made a YouTube video in over a month or two. First of all, I don't feel like editing. Second of all, I don't feel like competing. I guess I don't. That's the other thing is like I don't even need to compete. I shouldn't even have that mentality. Like most of my YouTube channel is just stuff that I'm putting out there. Like these videos were sort of like a little more clickbaity and a little more edited, but I don't know. Most of my YouTube stuff is just like informational, hanging out, less editing. I don't know. When I was a snowboarding instructor, I learned the best method to teach, and I haven't even had one post-secondary instructor show they understand those concepts. Say it, show it, do it. There's a successful process that covers all bases. I use this when I tutor, and people love it. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, so if you equate it to like what I'm doing right now, talk about it, then show it, like show an example of it. The other thing about show it is you're also modeling the process, which is actually a lot of what I do here on the Coding Garden is like I model my development process. Like you're seeing me use all of these tools like the terminal and VS Code and everything else. And maybe even without realizing it, I am actually demonstrating how I use those things. And so you can learn from that as well. And then after I've talked about it, after I've done it, that's time, and it's time for you to do it. I agree with that, Ryan. Yeah. Yeah. And I think like to a certain extent, learning from tutorials can be just copying, but I think as a learner, you can recognize that and then try to make it not that way. Like basically use the tutorial as a starting point, but definitely try to modify it to make it your own. And yeah, just copy it and let Copilot do it. I do use tags. I don't have a lot of tags, but honestly, I guess I don't really even care about growing my YouTube channel anymore. Like, I'll be honest, I make maybe $100 a month in ad revenue on YouTube. Obviously, if I uploaded more regularly, I could probably make more, but like, I don't want to. So I'm not even worried about discoverability of my videos. Like the reason people care about like thumbnails and clickbait titles and discoverability is they're trying to hack the algorithm to make money. Like my YouTube channel does not make money. That much money anyways. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Timon. I'm above competition. It's really funny though, because then at a certain point, Coding Garden almost becomes like a secret club. Like you got to know about me. You got to know about me to be here. The algorithm isn't going to help you get here. And Chrome says, that's the type of content we need. Someone doing the right way and not someone copying the documentation. Yeah, I will say though, in my more recent videos, I do try to model reading the docs or getting my information from the docs. What was the video that I did? Yeah, I mean, even the Express one with Mongo and Zod, anytime I was doing something with a library, I would show you where I found that thing in the documentation for the most part, instead of just doing it from memory. Really to demonstrate that like the person learning from this tutorial can now use that and expand it on their own. Like they can use the docs to do more stuff. Yeah. Yeah. The other problem is beginners like me can't, yeah, that's huge. Can't differentiate bad examples and good ones. Some YouTube videos teach you a bad way of doing the thing. Yeah. Oh, that's the other thing. Where was I? Maybe it was something on Reddit. I was browsing Reddit like yesterday and I came across this article on how to, what was it? How to build like a Notion clone or something like that. And it had, I think, almost like 1,000 upvotes and no comments. And then I went to go look at the article and instantly there were like multiple wrong definitions, multiple things they were doing in their code that I was like, oh, there's a better way to do it. But maybe people just really liked the title, so they upvoted it so that they could come back to it later. But the code examples were really bad, bad practices, and they had a lot of wrong definitions too. And it wasn't even a full Notion clone. I think it was I forget. You probably could find it on if you search on Reddit. Yeah. Do I have any TypeScript Express courses? Not a course, but if you look at the YouTube channel, I did a video on basic Express and TypeScript. It's this one with MongoDB. And if you're new to TypeScript, the intro to TypeScript is a good one too. What's up, Ghana? Welcome in. If I were to team up with you, someone, you're probably the only person I'd actually consider at the moment. Oh, thank you, Codex. You're talking about me? Me? You team up with me? Yeah, I don't know. I think ultimately, when I finish my course, that is a reason why I would want to potentially get more clicks on YouTube, is to drive people to the course, because it all has to do with money. It's all monetary, but like, definitely when I launch a course, I will very likely launch or publish maybe the first few lessons to YouTube, so that people can see a bit of it for free and know whether they want to actually like buy it on Udemy. I'll get there eventually. I don't know. Yeah. I thought about that, BTRSL, but I think I'm just gonna put them on the archive channel, because I think that's another thing, is like, where you're saying is like, I just don't care, is the archive channel. I mean, what's nice about the archive channel, there's less subscribers, so I don't have to worry about spamming people. I mean, technically, if you're subscribed and I publish a bunch of videos all at once, you will get spammed. But so yeah, I thought about creating another YouTube channel for just the IRL streams, but at the end of the day, the people subscribed to the VOD archive are probably the ones that would watch the IRL archive anyways. I don't know. I see what you're saying, though. If I separate that content, then people that like IRL content could sub for that. And thank you, Namaste Geek, for the resub. Yeah. I've been off and on learning to code for many years. Is that off and on? Thank you for making it fun and interesting. Oh, you're welcome. I try my best. Yeah. Cool. Sometimes I find I'm falling behind when it comes to new and hot tech that isn't used or required by my current job. How can I approach this problem? Really, side projects is the answer. I mean, it's tricky because it's like you already have a job, so by the end of the day, you're already exhausted, so you don't really might not have the energy or the time to work on other stuff. But that's if your job doesn't allow it, that's kind of the only way. And then I talked about Best of JS earlier. Like, you can find the latest and greatest stuff here, and then also like State of JS, which is a survey they do every year. They should be releasing a 2021 one in a few months. That'll give you an idea of what people are actually using. So yeah, side projects is probably the easiest way. And then the other thing is, if you have sway at your company, if you have influence, if a new project comes along that requires like a completely new setup or new app, you could try to convince them that, hey, we should use React for this, or whatever tech you want to try out that they're not using. Yeah. What's my main income? I'm living off of savings. So I make about $100 on YouTube ads a month, and right now with Twitch subs, I make about a little under $1,000 a month. So I don't even make enough money to pay my rent. So I'm just living off of savings. Eventually, my hope is that when I launch my course, that will be a pretty good source of income, or at least drive enough people to my channel that I can start monetizing more stuff. But yeah. Who? Thank you, Codex. I appreciate that. Off and on. Yeah, okay. That made sense. Yeah. Oh, you're using speech to text? That's cool. IRL content creators are getting bigger. I thought maybe you can use IRL channel to get more people. Yeah, and I think that does make sense. And honestly, like, what's up, Oscar? Welcome in. I have, honestly, go follow W3CJ. This is my personal account. And then I started Coding Garden. But I've had this thought, right? So all of the stuff I do that's not coding related, maybe I should stream over here. The issue with that is now I'm dividing my audience. But the issue with doing it all on the same channel is that people that don't want to see the IRL stuff or the music making stuff, or the gameplay stuff might unsubscribe from Coding Garden. I don't know. It's a bit of a dilemma, but go follow me over there. Actually, I can shout myself out. Or no, that's the wrong thing. This. Yeah, go follow my personal account. If I reach 100 followers, I'll do an IRL stream on my personal account. It's going to take a little bit, though. Shouting myself out. I know, isn't that hilarious? Oh, look, I can follow myself, too. Okay, that's one step closer. Biased review. Well, the other thing is, like, in 2 minutes, I'm going to shout out my other channel that I have, too. So, yeah. But yeah, you make a good point, BTRSL. And honestly, the other thing, I think, like, the Twitch name W3CJ... not that. Actually, I don't have the Twitter. Somebody else does. It's a pretty good Twitch name, you know? Like, if you see a lot of the bigger streamers that have, like, short names, W3CJ, I think, is a pretty good name. So, like, I could get known in, like, the IRL community and stuff like that. And, oh, you heard of W3CJ? Yeah. Check him out. Yeah. I don't have an ETA on the course just because I procrastinate so much. I'll have to go through the questions to make sure that if I've answered them, I'll mark them off. It's true, Codex. Like, and I think that's the thing about content creation is like it's a grind. Like people like YouTube channels that upload like one video a day and all of that. Like it's a grind. It's definitely a grind. Exactly, World Wide Web CJ. That's what I am. Cool. Thank you all for all those follows too. Followers? Where are we at? 59. I think if I shout myself out next time I go live, I might get to 100. Okay. Did I answer this question? Yeah, I did. Basically, my answer is start with video tutorials because that's going to be the easiest way to guide you. Like if you look at some of the tutorials that talk about like intro to web development or intro to JavaScript, that's going to be your entry point. From there, try to use and read documentation. Try to build things that are not exactly like the tutorials that you watch. Those are my suggestions. Thank you for asking. Wait, is that a thing you can do? This is honestly a great idea, Sean. Sell the course, and then people that already want to support me would buy it, and then I could release like 2 or 3 videos a week or something like that. But people have already paid for it, so now I have motivation to get it done. Is that really a thing you can do? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's a great idea. I might do that. I'll look into it because basically I know there are a lot of people that already, because the course is probably going to be like maybe $10 at most, but no, it would like if people have already paid for it, it would absolutely motivate me to just do it, get it done. And then once that starts driving like buzz for the course, well, I don't know where I was going with that, but yeah. Then it's even more motivation because it's like all these people that have paid and are like expecting it. Also, though, I could run into like a lawsuit if I sell the course and then people pay for it and then I don't finish it, or it takes me a year to finish it. I would have to be very clear in the course description that it's like, yeah. Sorry about that, Imra. We are in the just chatting category in my defense. So yeah. All right, yeah. Let me shout out my other channel. So I stream mostly every Monday and Thursday over on this channel, Probably Happening. And I make music. And it's all live improvised music. I guess would I be willing to let you listen? I guess I should. Here, let me let you listen to it. So I'm playing bass and guitar and some synths, and then my friend Lod live loops all of it, and he plays synths and he plays drums. Copyright striking against myself, yeah. And then we have these cool visuals, and then like I switch scenes, so like after I lay down a loop, I'll switch over to Lod, and he's like doing effects and stuff. That song was slow going, but basically it's all improvised, so nothing is planned. We just like start making music and then we like loop it. So we should be live on Thursday. So if you follow, yeah, and so they not they the music we make is of the other one's still active. Interesting. The music that I make is it varies. Like I definitely like more like ambient chill stuff, but every now and then we will Ahmad already did it? Ah, thank you, Drills. See, this is why I added people as mods. Just because I appreciate that. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the genre varies. So it's sometimes it's chill and ambient, sometimes it's more rockin', but yeah. Follow over there. Oh, if you're already following, then you won't see the pop-up. Where can you follow for mod? Honestly, I want to make you a mod, Oscar, but like, you put doubt in my mind when you were like, I know you were just joking when you did this, but you were like, you're basically gaining my trust so that you can do weird things. But all right, I'll mod you. The thing is, like, you've absolutely done a ton of you've provided a lot of value to the channel. So so the long game, yeah. Okay, be nice. Monka sweat. Yeah, I thought about modding you too, Electrothermal, but I don't know. You seem to like chill. Like you're here every now and then, and you're just here for the fun. I'll keep you as VIP for now. Reluctant modding. No, but I mean, if you've tuned into the Fresh Spot streams, you know that Oscar has like seriously provided value. Yeah, and I appreciate you for being here, Electrothermal. How do you get VIP? Just show up a lot. That's really it. Welcome in, great man. Glad to have you. And Fluffenstein. Yeah, I mean, Oscar broke the overlays a couple of times, so... You fixed my website? Which one? Wait, did you make the PR with the schedule at button? And welcome in, LearnerBot. Which PR is yours? The Svelte Kit one? Oh, the lighthouse warnings. True. I don't know why I haven't VIP'd you, Codex. You'll get. I actually thought that you were already a VIP. Yeah, thank you for fixing this. But then this person, who actually I don't even know who they are in the Twitch chat, they came in and they wiped out. Wait, is that it? No, not this person. This person. They came in and wiped out all your changes because they rewrote the entire site with SvelteKit. Oh, no worries, Codex, but VIP actually lets you send, I believe you can send more messages during slow mode. Though, we haven't even been on slow mode today, but yeah. Oh, no worries, Ajah Online. Do you mean a course where, like, you're building a full stack app, but, you want to pick and choose what database you use? Is that what you're saying? And welcome in, America 2050. If you didn't notice, you got VIP too. And Vivid, welcome in. Okay, let's answer some more questions. If you asked a question, type !mark here, and your question will bubble up. VIP! But it was a good rewrite because it made sense to move to SvelteKit, I think. Yeah. Okay. Let me see if there's any non-mod questions. You might need to refresh Delgo Start. Sometimes Twitch is finicky like that. Or we're going to answer a non-sub question. This was asked by Mike the Tree Climber. Is it better to create element, then use inner HTML, or grab the element with query selector and then use insert adjacent HTML when trying to create dynamic HTML? I see what you're asking. Actually, do you have a code example or should I come up with one? So honestly, I'm almost never used insert adjacent HTML. It makes sense though. This does make sense because then you're not overwriting the entire HTML. I guess I don't really need to show a code example. I would say if the thing you're trying to do is add new HTML to an existing element and you're not trying to change the existing HTML, insert adjacent HTML makes the most sense because the DOM and the browser has to do less work. Also, does that look 3D? The browser has to do less work because it only has to worry about the HTML that you're adding in. So yeah, I'll say that most of the sites I've built where I'm replacing inner HTML have been very basic. Anytime it's any more complex, I'm already using React or I'm already using Vue. What do you mean comments don't update? Like Vox? Oh. Did you... It should work. Huh. You don't know, Josh, but I don't think I did. I don't think I answered your question. Okay, yeah, I'll refresh then. Oh, I totally forgot that the star only works for me. Whose question were we just answering? Mike the Tree Climber. Huh. What's up, CBL Agrat? I created this chat overlay over on the right. I built it all live on stream. If you go to this repo, eventually, and then you look at this file, it talks about all of my overlays, and then it links to some of the YouTube videos where I was working on them. GitHub is apparently really slow right now. Yeah, SproutKit is the official repo. Yeah, we've been really slow to answer questions today, but we're gonna get there. I don't know why this is slow. Let me just copy this URL. I don't want to wait for it to load. But I will say, it's not easy to get it set up. You basically have to know how to write code. If you want to use the overlay, there's one that some people wrote called Stream Chat or Twitch Chat. Are you here? Oh, I forgot your name. I'm sorry. The person that wrote this app. Twitch app. Stream app. Discord. Twitch overlay. Why is it so hard to find? Anybody know what I'm talking about? Thank you. Stream Chat. Huh, they need to work on their SEO. It literally did not show up for disstreamchat.com. This is the one that I'm talking about. So they were actually inspired. They were inspired by my overlay, but they built their own. that is pretty easy to set up for if you're non-technical. And it also can pull in Discord chats. That's one of the other... there he is, David. I'm sorry I forgot your name, and I couldn't find I couldn't find your app. But yeah. So this and actually, I mean, you can see that there I am, Coding Garden. This it looks like this. I think you can change the colors, but this is really easy to use locally, whereas mine is not that easy to use locally. Okay, so what Mike the Tree Climber was asking, I do think insert adjacent HTML is better, though you do have to worry about cross-site scripting if you're using both inner HTML and insert adjacent HTML. Like whatever HTML you're inserting, you must sanitize it before you do that. I will make that clear. But if you had to choose between them, if insert adjacent HTML works, I'd go with that because it has to do less work. That's my advice. In my opinion, create element. Yeah, and then if you want to avoid HTML altogether, then you can just create an element and use the full DOM API to add all of the properties and set all of the content, and then use append child rather than insert adjacent. But if you're going to use one, use that one. That's my advice. Yeah, but like I was saying, ultimately, if you know that the HTML is safe, use this. If the HTML is user provided, then you can run into a cross-site scripting issue, and you would want to use create element and append child instead. You can ask a question with chat commands. So !ask, it'll show up here. And if you've already asked a question, type ! here, and it will bubble up. Yeah. Yeah, what's up, Vivid? What's a good place to start? Right here. Learning starts here. Nice. Last time I couldn't remember the command. But so I have a YouTube channel. This playlist has a bunch of like beginner friendly videos, but the very first video, free online resources to learn to code, that very first video gives you links and talks about the stuff. Basically, Free Code Camp, Odin Project, CS50, they're all good places to start. Have I seen Strager's transparent overlay with the edge detection? I have. I actually have. I've always wondered how he does that. And is his name Strager? Is that it? Yeah, that's him. We can see it in his VOD. I've always wondered how he does that. You'll see that like the text from his terminal is actually like overlapping with his video, which is pretty cool. And I think sometimes there are like other things overlapping as well, but definitely go check out Strager. He does like coding Q&A. Yeah, Code Help and advice streams. He does those as well. So definitely check him out. He wrote a shader for it. That's cool. Okay. Have I heard about the new version of Dinoland? Nope. Hey! Okay. This is the thing. First of all, I don't have autoplay on in Firefox, so did it work? You didn't Rickroll me. But I guess it is a rite of passage for new mods to try and Rickroll me. Got him. But this is an issue. This is an issue because like technically you sent, like if we look at the source of the page, you sent Markdown where the displayed link is not the actual link. Huh. Well, days since last Rickroll, we can reset the counter. We have the Rickroll Hall of Fame. Is it here? That's not it, is it? You're proud? Yeah, you did it. You did it. But now I know I need to be more vigilant. Is it now.sh? There it is. Days since last Rickroll, 809. I don't know if this is accurate, though, because if you look at the GitHub repo, I don't know if anybody has kept track of when I got Rickrolled and then added a PR. Yeah. So I technically I do have a URL checker on the back end where I think because this URL has and feature equals YouTube, I actually didn't detect it. But this, I think I have code that if it sees this ID, which is the main Rickroll, it actually replaces it with a different video. But yeah, you can see some clips where I've gotten Rickrolled before there, and then you should, drills should clip the thing that just happened, and then make a pull request so that we can see it. Yeah. Does that count as being Rickrolled? No. We've talked about like what it actually takes to Rickroll me. Like, is it just text? Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Can you check some upvoted ones in Vox that don't show as here? 2703. How far should React components be broken down? This is a great question. Though, I typically like the person, I know that I should actually hover over the links before I click them. I typically only want to answer it if the person is actually here. But this honestly would make for some good content, just to talk about yeah. How to break stuff down. You're laughing so much. Yeah, so basically, I only like to answer it if they're actually here, so yeah. Welcome in, Violet. What program do I recommend? You want to start with maybe Python, then go over to C? So honestly, I know you're new. You should use the ask command, but I want to answer your question. So, Violet, do this. Type !ask, and then put your question in there, and then I'll answer it right now, because this I actually do want to make a YouTube clip, because I think a lot of people suggesting like Python or C or all of these other languages as a starting place are misguided, and for good reason. And obviously, I'm biased. I'll say I'm biased because I am. I'm a web developer, so I tend towards things that are like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but I have very good reason for why that should be the first thing people learn if they're learning to code. There it is. Let's answer your question. Okay. What programming language do I recommend? And actually, we'll make a little where to start programming. And I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant for a second. I mean, we're not going to... Actually, we will write some code, because I'll show you that you could literally start coding right now, and if you wanted to do the same thing with like Python or C, you probably could use Replit, but it's kind of not the same thing. Okay. What programming language should I learn first? I'm going to type out all of my thoughts and then try to talk about it like it's a YouTube video. Let's take a quick stretch. I don't know if we did America 2050. I don't know if we did. Okay. So my suggestion is web development, and in this case, HTML, CSS, and then JavaScript. Now, programming language typically means things that can do programming. So like have conditionals, you can loop, you can create variables. You typically can't do those things with HTML and CSS. But if you combine them with JavaScript, JavaScript is a programming language. So my number one suggestion is like web development and JavaScript. Number two suggestion, probably Python, because the syntax and everything is a bit more approachable. And then from there, probably Java or C#. And then from there, lower level language. Now, people are going to argue that like lower level languages should like never be the first place to start. You can. So what I mean by this is like C, C++. But I'm gonna give you my reason why I think this is the number one reason why you should start here. Yeah, but also Go or Rust. Yeah. Cool. Why are they all ones? Because when you render this with Markdown, it gives them the right numbers. Me? Or not. Why did it do that? Huh. It should anyway. Yeah, because it hates me. I mean, it's so for whatever reason, because I have these sub items, maybe I need to put numbers on these too. Is Oscar still trying to break things? Oh, no. I think that dash is actually the quote markdown thing. Needs a new line? But then these are going to be numbered 1. Yeah, then it gets renumbered. There we go. I figured it out. For whatever reason, I needed a double tap. Regardless. Yeah, one more indentation. Okay. Which one should I learn first? So here are the things to the questions that you might have, and like after you're learning to program. Okay, where do I go here? Yeah, Go and Rust are both natively compiled languages, which is a whole other concept here. Okay, let's say you learn to program. What are you learning to program for? First of all, yeah, I guess that's like another question to answer. Like, why are you learning to program? Do you want to get a job? Do you want to build things to solve your problems, your own problems? Do you want to be a hacker? Do you want to make creative visualizations? Do you want to learn to think critically? Oh yeah, do you want to make games? I guess that's another one. Yeah, and then, I mean, people that like Python, well, you can do all of this with Python, so just choose Python. But I'm going to give you a better reason, like, why you should choose web development for a lot of these. Which programming paradigm is better suited for beginners? I think, like, ultimately, like, JavaScript and Python are fairly good programming languages from a beginner perspective, but yeah. Yeah. Okay. Any other high level questions we might want to, like, what are other reasons why we want to learn to program? And honestly, because we're answering this for Violet, why do you want to learn to program? Where is Ruby? It probably could go on the same level as Python. But it's not as popular. Like, Python is very general purpose, but I very much have a reason why it's not my number one for learn, and I'm going to answer that in a second, but we'll get there in a second. And Delgo Start, thank you very much for that sub. Oh yeah, I guess, do you want to get a good pay job? Cool. So that'll be the first one that we answer. But for a lot of other people, they have other reasons to learn to code. Want to analyze and process and visualize data. That's another thing as well. Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess we could really get into this stuff, because if you talk about, do you want to get a job? Web development is probably the biggest field. And Fluffenstein, thank you very much for that sub. There are so many jobs where you will be doing web development. Now, web development is actually a really big term and a really big field. Because it's not necessarily just front-end development. It's typically split into front-end, which is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but what's nice is your backend could also be JavaScript. Do you want to impress somebody? Yeah, do you want to impress somebody? Maybe I'm going to be hated for this, but maybe code cheats, then make anti-cheats for it. No, I mean, that's a completely valid reason. And honestly, that's how a lot of people got into game development, is like either mods or cheats. And that's how people got into programming. Because like they wanted to mod a game. I mean, arguably making cheats for a game is like, I mean, you could even, I think you can get banned on Twitch even for playing games with cheats live or whatever. But at the end of the day, like learning about like reverse engineering and all of that stuff, like that's honestly getting close to being a hacker. So that's a thing. Yeah. Part of the reason I've been learning to program is because I'm a lifelong learner. Programming is a great way to always be learning something. It's true. It's true. I got banned from a forum and I learned to code to create my own forum. Yeah, you made your own, but you didn't realize people wouldn't come. Yeah, that's another thing you may not realize is just because you build it doesn't mean people are actually going to use it. Yeah. It's true. I might actually remove the ability to upvote your own, but at the same time, it's not technically, you're not technically beating the system because I know it's possible to upvote your own question. Yeah, so American 2050 says, that's the only reason I learned some Java is to make Minecraft mods. I've heard a lot of, what is this emote? People getting into development because of Minecraft modding and that stuff. Yeah. You have $1 billion idea? That's another one as well. And so I guess like to more specifically answer your question, like if you want to get into writing cheats, it's going to depend potentially on the kind of game and where that game is running. I think most cheats, I guess it depends because a lot of games actually are written with like Java or C#. So you might actually be able to create mods and cheats with that. If it's lower level and you're trying to just do like in-memory hacks and stuff like that, you're probably going to use a lower level language. Not all cheats are written in C#, no. I mean, some of them might be. And honestly, I don't play games, so I don't use cheats, so I don't know a lot about that whole ecosystem. So that's the thing. So honestly, Violet, like if you want to do that, then you might actually just research what was that game written in, what are some existing cheats that are out there, and you might start to, and that'll give you a better idea of what those cheats, what languages those cheats were written in, and a better idea of where you need to start. So honestly, like everybody's journey to programming and coding is going to be different because I think for you, if you really do want to work on those kinds of things, then honestly, web development isn't a good answer because that's not the kind of thing that you want to do. But, do you want to get a job? Web development. Do you want to make games? Probably Python or C#. So C# is going to let you do stuff with Unity. And then I would probably make that the number one, because especially for like beginners wanting to make games. Like technically you could do like web dev games, but with Unity, you potentially could make a game that gets published as like an indie game, and it's harder to do that if you're building the game with web dev stuff. But technically, you could also do web development, make a game with web technologies. Yeah, and like technically, you could build a game with like C++, which is the Unreal Engine, but that's going to be a very intense journey. And then, yeah, I mean, does anyone know like what is the main framework that you would use for making games with Python? Pygame? Is that the main one? Pygame. Everyone's saying Pygame. We'll go with that. Yeah. Yeah, I've avoided this, Oscar, mainly because the moment we start having like login tokens and everything, like this site, I have to do a whole lot of updates to it because Like we're rendering people's comments with, I mean, we're using DOM Purify, but I need to be careful and make sure like it's not vulnerable to cross-site scripting and stuff like that. I like that there's no login, that it's like purely chat based, but you know. Yeah. What's the easiest way to get a programming job? I think front-end web dev would also be there, but I haven't really even got to my point yet. I mean, honestly, these are other questions that we could answer to just dive into, like what would you what would you get into? What are some game frameworks with game frameworks for web dev? I guess Phaser is probably one. Yeah, I'll just put Phaser. It's one of the main ones. Okay, but first of all, like, let's just talk about in general. Like, do you want to get a job? Also, here's the, like, honestly, the main thing here is like, do you want to build cool things that other people can easily access and use? The answer is web development. And I would argue that all of these other questions fall under, do you want to build cool things that other people can easily access and use, right? Because like you're a new programmer. Let's say you build a game with Python. How are you going to get people to play that game? You'll have to share. I don't know what Pygame does. Does it generate like an executable? How do you get other people to get that executable? Then they need to run it on their computer. Then they potentially need to install Python in order to play that game that you wrote. Honestly, like I don't know the details here. Let's just look at Pygame because that's what everyone suggested. So we use Pygame. Now, how do we distribute a game that we wrote? PyInstaller? Okay, if that's the case, I would still argue that asking someone to download an executable and run it on their computer is actually a big ask. It's a pretty big ask. And then I've heard of Godot. A lot of people like use Godot. Godot. I spelled it wrong, but what is Godot? Godot. What language do you use with Godot? Godot. Godot? What is the language? Is the language literally Godot, or is this Python? Yeah. Oh, it's Go. It's Go. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah. So, and let's talk about this right here, because honestly, this is like the biggest pain point for people learning to code. And let me maybe do a YouTube intro. This is basically just going to be like a bit of a rant and a little bit of advice. But I'll start here with the notes that I have, and then we'll kind of just like talk through it. And Mark Boots, thank you very much for that tier 1. GD script, okay. Yeah, okay. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. In this video, I'm going to answer the question, what programming language should I learn first? And I'm going to tell you up front that I'm biased. So I do web development. I build stuff with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript on the front end, and on the back end, I also use JavaScript as well. I have a computer science degree and a long history of development where I actually have done other things. So I've written apps in Python, I've written apps in Java and C#. When I was in university, I was writing stuff with like C and C++. I have a lot of experience with a lot of other stuff, but these days I mostly just work in the world of web development. Now, when you're asking the question, like, what programming language should I learn first, there's actually another question you should ask yourself, and another question that needs to be answered, which is, why are you even learning to program? Because there's a lot of different reasons. We got suggestions from the chat as to like why might people want to learn to program. One of them was, well, actually, I came up with this one. Do you want to build cool things that other people can easily access and use? My answer for that is web development, and I'll come back to this point. And honestly, this is going to be my main point in why I think web development is the best versus all of these other programming languages. But here are some other questions. Do you want to get a job? Do you want to make games? Do you want to impress somebody? Do you have a billion-dollar idea? Do you want to analyze, process, and visualize data? Do you want to learn to think critically? Do you want to build things to solve your own problems? Do you want to be a hacker? Do you want to make creative visualizations? And there's probably a lot of questions, other questions that you could ask, but just saying, oh, I want to learn to program, there's probably some sort of underlying thing that has made you want to learn to program. And for most people, it's, oh, I want to make a whole lot of money because I heard that learning to program, I can get a job that pays a lot of money. So we're just going to run through each of these questions, and I do have some notes here, but for the most part, it's just going to be off the dome. I'm just going to be talking at it, and we'll see what comes of it. So ultimately, the main reason that I suggest web development technologies being the first thing that you learn is that the things that you build are very, very easily accessible and distributable to people in the rest of the world. You could build a website, and literally anybody in the world can go there and use your website. And then once you start to learn a bit more about JavaScript and making things interactive, you could build interactive applications that run as a website, put it on the internet, give someone a link, and literally anyone in the world can go there and use that thing. So like, that's why I think this is the best place to start, because for the most part, when you're building things, you typically want to share them with other people, and it's really easy to do that with web development. All of these other things, it's not so easy to share what you've built. So if you wrote something and built something with Python, in order to get someone else to be able to run your code, they need to either install an executable that includes Python, or they need to include Python, download your Python script, and then run your Python code. Similarly, if you want somebody to run your Java or C# program, you have to send them an executable. They have to have either the Java runtime installed or the .NET runtime installed, and then they can run your executable. But also sharing an executable is like a really hard thing to do. Basically, like when you write code in this way, it's going to generate a .exe. If you're wanting to learn to program, you've probably heard of a .exe before. And these types of programming languages will create .exes, but it's very hard to distribute those things. And so like if you make a really cool, let's say like drawing app with Python, the only way other people are going to be able to use that is if you literally send them an executable, and then they can download it in some way. Now, again, like you could learn about the app stores, and you could put them on the Windows Store or something like that. But that's a whole process in and of itself. With web development, literally all you have to do is put it on the web, which is actually very easy these days, and then you can share it with a lot of people. Yeah, depending on the executable, you may not need a runtime, but my argument still stands that you have to share an executable, which is not easy. Like you can't just email an executable. Most email programs are going to like basically not let you do that because the potential for like viruses and other stuff like that. And that's the other thing, is if you want to distribute your code in this way, other people have to know that they can trust you, right? It's really, anytime I run an executable, and I don't run executables that often, you always have to question where that executable came from. And also, those executables could be really large. So all of that to say, my very first point is that, like, if you want to build things that are very easily accessible by other people, choose web development. And like, the first place for that is just CodePen. Like, you could literally go to codepen.io right now, sign up, and then just click Start Coding. And then it has a place where you can put your HTML. So throw an H1, hello world. I could throw some CSS. Let's make that H1 have a font family of sans serif. And now it looks a little bit different. And then I can add some JavaScript. Let's say when someone... Comic Sans. When someone clicks that H1, I want to just do an alert that says, hello world, like this. And now I can do that. And then if I click this, did I do it right? Oh, no. I said I have to add an event listener for click. Event name. Yeah, thank you, Codex. And then now, if I click this, it says hello world. So it's that easy to get started with web development, and that's my main argument. So if I actually log in here, let me log in really quick. Cross-site script myself. Wait, can you not log in to CodePen with, yeah, so I was about to say, you can log in with GitHub. Wait, why is the overlay so behind? There it is. Why did that happen? Okay, this is the one thing I hate about CodePen. If I start coding without logging in, I lose all of my work. So, we're gonna we're gonna have to type this all out again, but it's okay. Pretend that I was already logged in. Well. Is there an alternative for CodeBin? Yeah, there's JSBin. Honestly, there's a lot of in-browser editors. Yeah, JSBin, JSFiddle, Code Sandbox. That's the one I was trying to come up with. I couldn't think of. All of those are ways to get started as well. But CodePen is really like the easiest. What's up, Andrew? Welcome in. Click. StackBlitz is the worst. I've never used it. I've heard of it, though. There have been 15 changes without a save. Remember to save your work. All right, there's going to be a cut because I actually had to log in order to save my changes. So if you're going to use CodePen, log in first so you don't lose your changes. But if I save this, that's going to give me a unique URL. And then also I can go to the full page view. I can literally share instantly. I can now share this link with anyone in the chat. Click that, and it should work. You should be able to click Hello World. Oh, wait, maybe not. Did I do it wrong again? Yeah, there should be a capital L there. Oh, man. Okay, now if you click that link, whenever you click on Hello World, it should say Hello World. But this is my whole point is that, okay, this is one way to write some code in the browser. It says download executable. It shouldn't. When you click that link, literally anyone in the world can go to this link. If you have access to the internet and you're not in a country that blocks access to this website, you can go here and you can see the code that I wrote. Now, this is super basic, but I could do a lot of other things. Actually, the CodePen website alone is really cool to show you some of the things that people have built with web technology. So this is Justin Iris. Wow. So they built this completely with a technology called Canvas, which basically allows you to do graphics inside of the web browser. So this code here, and I think it's some WebGL code, is what they use to build that Iris. That's amazing. Let's see what else. Parallax scroll animation. Scroll down. Oh, that's so cool. And then so you can see the HTML, the CSS, and the Java. You can literally see all the code that people wrote to make this thing work. Oh, that's sick. Wow. And again, you can share it with anyone. Let's see the magic card. Yeah, I'll show P5 in just a second. Because they do have the P5 editor as well. This does nothing. This has a little bit of CSS, but it's fine. I mean, it's still cool. It's still cool that they made that. But my only point in showing you this is that it is incredibly easy for you to write some code like this and then make it available to other people. And you cannot, it's not that easy with these other languages and frameworks. And that's why I think like one of the big motivators of learning to code is first of all, the satisfaction of solving a problem and doing something, and then also doing something cool. And then second, sharing that with someone else. Like after you've done something really cool, you want to be able to show other people what you've done, and it's a whole lot easier to do that. Now, I see comments in the chat. So like Killer is mentioning, now all you have to worry about is the inconsistency between browsers. That gets into the intricacies of web development, and there are a lot of web browsers like Firefox and Chrome and Edge and Safari, and sometimes they do things slightly different, and that is one thing that you have to worry about. But for the most part, most things these days will work across all browsers. which is why I recommend web development. And the things that I just clicked on are the things that were recommended. We probably could have done some work ahead of time to come up to show you some really cool examples of things you can do with web development. But that's the thing. Yeah. Now you could argue, sure, there's like Replit or Python Sandbox, but you're not going to be able to like launch a GUI. It's probably just command line at that point, right? So yeah. And then I also would recommend the Mozilla Developer Network, because this is a completely free website that has tons and tons of resources and guides on how to learn web development. And you can completely start here. They have everything you need to learn web development, and it's completely free. So that's another thing to check out as well. Okay, here's the Mona Lisa with pure CSS. Let's check it out. They just loaded an image. That's funny. But I mean, at the end of the day, technically it is the Mona Lisa in pure CSS. They literally took this image and then just loaded it into the page. That's funny. Yeah. Regardless, they still did it only with CSS. Okay, rant over. That's why I think web development is the first thing that you should learn, because it's so funny, because I've seen a lot of posts on Reddit on r/learn programming and pretty much r/learn programming, where someone was guided to learn Python or learn C#, and they built the thing and they're like, okay, how can I actually share this with people? And almost always the answers are extremely convoluted. Well, you need to compile it, and then you need to share that compiled file, and I guess you could upload it to Google Drive or Dropbox, and it's so convoluted. If you want to build things and share it with people, web development is the way to go. Now. Let's give all these other languages the benefit of the doubt and talk about when they might actually be a good first choice in learning to program. If we're answering the question, do you want to get a job? Hands down, there are more web development jobs out there than any other programming language. It's huge. And web development is such a large umbrella term. Like, it's typically put into front end and back end, and typically back end, you could build a web back end with any one of these languages. But what's nice is you can also build a web back end with JavaScript, and that means you only have to learn one programming language. So everything you learn about JavaScript, for the most part, can be reused, and you can use that to build out a backend. Yeah. So if you want to get a job, I suggest web development. And also the type of job depends as well. There's so many gotchas with this. But also, if you want to get a job, I might suggest C# or Java, because these are used at really large companies. So Java is typically used in large enterprise. C# is used in large enterprise, and if you know one or the other, you could probably learn the other, but that would be my second choice there. And then and probably Python is right along there, but there are a lot of enterprises and such that are using Java and C#. Yeah, I don't have PHP on here, but you could still technically learn it, but I don't think it should be your first programming language. Technically, it was my first programming language, and then ActionScript was my second. But, yeah. Fortran. Let's take a quick stretch, and then we'll get back into the rant. QBasic? Yeah. Am I missing chats? No, I don't think so. I had to submit an executable for a uni assignment, and the no cloud service would let me upload it. They detect even if it's zip. This is my point, Killer. This is my point. Like, even if it's so hard to share an executable, like, I mean, so the first language I learned in university was Java, and back then, there like GitHub wasn't a thing, and it was really hard to collaborate with everyone. And so, like, the way we eventually like submitted our I guess we technically submitted our source code. We didn't have to submit the executable, but the person grading still had to compile it. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, this is another point, but I don't think COBOL or Fortran should be your first language. But if you already know how to program, are you trying to rickroll me again? Oh no! Oh, I see. You tried to embed Twitch on the page itself. That's funny. Your first job was Pascal with a punch card. Nice. At what point do you feel comfortable at a new job? I've been in this new job for 8 months. I'm still pretty confused. Should I be worried? It depends. I mean, at that point, it might actually be your employer's problems. like what is your employer doing to make sure that you're getting up to speed, that you're getting mentored by the programmers and by your team? Like what are they doing? And if they're not doing that, then it's probably their problem. So, but I don't know. Timeline of programming what? All right. Timeline of programming languages. Cool. All right, let's get back into it, though. The other answer to do you want to get a job is you should probably search job postings in your area. So search for entry-level web developer or entry-level Java or entry-level Python and see what jobs are available, because there are certain parts of the United States, which is where I'm from, where Java is more popular in enterprise, whereas there are other parts of the United States, typically closer to like Seattle and Microsoft, where C# is more popular. But it'll vary. So I recommend looking at job boards, and that might give you an indicator of what you would learn first. And then especially, like if you do see web development jobs in your area, you might see them posted for like React or Node.js. These are the types of things that you would search for. Okay, do you want to make games? I would argue that Unity and C# is probably one of the easiest to get started with. Because Unity is a platform, a software development kit for building games. And what's nice about it is the games that you build here can be published to like the indie game markets. They can run, some of them can even be published to run inside of a web browser. So it actually is easier to distribute them if you do it that way. And a lot of indie games have actually been written with Unity. I have very minimal experience with Unity. I just know it is one of the things that a lot of people will reach for, which means if you're going to do that, then you can learn the C# language. There's also the Unreal Engine, which a lot of AAA games have been written in. Again, I don't know a lot about games. Anyone in the chat, can you tell me a AAA game that's been written in Unreal? But if you do that, you typically are going to learn C++. And then honestly, with both of these, like not only are you using the base language, you're using their SDK. So a lot of the stuff that you're doing is specific to Unity or specific to Unreal. Fortnite was built in Unreal. Nice. I mean, that's it right there. I should title this video "How to Build Fortnite" or something like that. But yeah, so Fortnite was built using Unreal. You could build Fortnite if you wanted to. And okay, Oscar is mentioning you actually don't even need C++. They have another thing called visual coding, which is probably like drag and drop. That's another thing. The other aspect of web development is you can do a lot of things with it. So you also can build games with web development. There is this game framework called Phaser.js that lets you build games that run inside of the web browser, which is pretty cool. The reason that I wouldn't necessarily recommend this as like your first game is because, or a game that you want to distribute to a lot of people, is because you can't really get games written in Phaser.js running on a PlayStation or running on Xbox. You can do that with like Unreal and Unity. You can actually get them into the indie game store. Though, if your game is just running in the web browser, that's totally fine too. And then people have mentioned Pygame. I haven't written in any Pygame, but that's a thing that you could use as well. This is all high-level advice. Honestly, if you're watching this video and you're mad at my advice, feel free to drop a comment as to why you think the programming language you recommend is better, and why you think people should learn it first. Let's quickly dive into these other questions. Do you want to impress somebody? Probably web development. Like you could literally, okay, let's say this. You're a kid, you've got a crush, and you want to impress her. Go to CodePen. Go to CodePen right now. Build her something, or him, her or him, or they, whoever they are. Build them something really cool, and then send them the link and say, "I built this for you," and then you can impress them. Do you have $1 billion idea? My answer is don't learn to code. Pay someone else to do it. that's my answer to that. I'm not even going to expand on it. You can just laugh in the chat if you know what I'm talking about. Do you want to analyze, process, or visualize data? Python is probably your best choice. So there's a whole field of programming and coding called data science, and Python is used extensively for that. You can do a lot of really cool things with Python in terms of analyzing data, creating charts, and stuff like that. You could actually also do it with web development, though Python is probably the go-to choice. But there are charting libraries and various things that you can do and build within web pages as well. But typically, if it's a lot of data, you might need to use Python or something like that. Yeah. Do you want to learn to think critically? One of the aspects of learning how to program is learning how to think in a very specific way. Because when you're writing a program, the computer is going to do exactly what you tell it to do. And nothing more. You put the instructions in and it's going to do exactly that. And if you're not used to that, if you're used to thinking in more general terms instead of exact terms, programming is going to help you do that. So regardless of what programming language you choose, you are going to learn to think more critically, and it's actually going to affect your daily life. Like the way you think about problem solving in general is going to change if you learn to program. Build things to solve your own problems. Honestly, the answer is any here too, because you're not necessarily going to be distributing this, so you don't have that issue I talked about earlier in terms of trying to figure out how to distribute those things. So pick any, and honestly, if you're doing it all for yourself, you could give all of these a go. Like it doesn't, in a single day, you could try building a simple like hello world with all of these, read their documentation, and get a good idea of which one you actually want to start with. So that's my answer there. Do you want to be a hacker? Probably Python. There's a lot of like scripts and utilities written in Python. There's like the social engineering toolkit and stuff like that. And that's more so if you're like a penetration tester or like a social engineering type of hacker. If you want to be a reverse engineering kind of hacker, or like someone that writes like malware and stuff like that, probably C++. And then Oscar is mentioning C or Go, and then just like network programming. But like basically, if you want to hack into like existing applications, or you want to write vulnerabilities for operating systems and stuff like that, you're going to need a lower level language. If you want to do like higher level scripting and higher level programming, Python is going to be a good choice as well. And technically, a lot of the scripts that are written in Python, you could write in Node.js and JavaScript as well. Do you want to make creative visualizations? P5. Or processing. The Processing Foundation has this whole SDK for creating creating interesting visuals. So processing itself, you actually write with Java, but you can make really cool visualizations. A lot of people have done like interactive art installations and stuff like that with this. And then if you want to do it on the web, you can use P5.js. Yeah, so I got that wrong. So it's all processing. The Processing Foundation. P5 lets you do it with JavaScript, and when I say JavaScript, I mean web development. And then processing itself, you do with Java. And I think they have processing for Python as well, which is cool. But you can do a lot of really cool stuff with this, and I definitely recommend checking out Coding Train over on YouTube. So he has a ton of tutorials and also just really cool interactive things that he's built, and a ton of really cool videos. And this code playlist will teach you to learn how to code, but it uses P5.js and the P5.js web editor. So in a way, you're doing a little bit of web development, but the things you're doing are specific to P5. So I wouldn't say that everything you learn here is completely transferable to like getting a job in web development, but in general, you learn creative coding, you learn what programming is, all of that good stuff. So definitely check that out as well. Cool. I think that's all I have to say about this. Again, this was a bit of a rant of sorts, but hopefully you got some good information out of it. And if you're learning to code, let me know down in the chat. What is the first programming language that you're learning? And also, like I said earlier, if you disagree with me, let me know why you would disagree with me. Yeah, and I guess before we go, anyone in chat, do you have other things that I didn't talk about. Like, let's talk about PHP. Oh, you're totally right, Codex. Actually, I will mention that. I will mention that because that's one question we didn't answer is, do you want to work with hardware? Yeah. And yeah, shouts out to our friend Coding Train. He streams over here on Twitch too, so definitely drop him a follow. Oh, no worries, Codex. It's a great point because like that's actually some of the stuff I've done too, like with Arduino and Raspberry Pi, and a lot of people. So I used to run a workshop for high school girls, and I actually taught them C. But the reason was we were building a robot. We were building an Arduino-based robot, so it made sense to teach them C. There isn't any easy way to get any other programming languages running on a base Arduino. There are other single board computers that like have a JavaScript runtime or a Python runtime or even a C# runtime, but like Arduino Unos, they only run C. So that's what I taught them. Yeah. All right, let's talk about this really quick. Codex in the chat actually brought up a great point and a great question that I didn't answer, which is, do you want to work with hardware? Because there are actually some, I mean, the answers might be the same here, but ultimately, this would let you do things like Internet of Things. So like, do you want to write code that allows you to press a button on your phone that then opens your garage door? Or do you want to write a program or work with some hardware that makes it so that when you come home, your lights turn on in a specific way? Now, of course, you can do this all off the shelf without programming, but you also can write your own custom programs to do that. And so if you're going down that path, Arduino is a hardware platform. Is that how you spell Arduino? No, you. Wait. Arduino. So Arduino is a single board microcontroller. Arduino is a hardware microcontroller that you can get that you can actually program in C. I think it's possible to do C++, but most of it that I know of is in C. There's also the Raspberry Pi, which is a full computer. It's a full Linux computer, and you can use anything you want. So literally any of the programming languages that we've mentioned, you can use that on the Raspberry Pi. I would say Python is probably the most popular, but there's also a lot of cool Node.js things that you can do on a Raspberry Pi as well. And then BeagleBone, that was one I wanted to mention. So BeagleBone is in the same category as Raspberry Pi. It's a single board computer. What else? Any other like really popular single board computers or Arduinos or Internet of Things? Yeah, I'll share. I'll put this on GitHub. I'll show you where to link it or where to see it. Yeah, and I guess technically, okay, let me talk about this for a second. So technically, you can program an Arduino using something called NodeBots. Oh no, it's not even called that anymore. It's called Johnny 5. Let me look it up, make sure it's still a thing, and then I'll talk about it. Johnny 5. Yeah. So technically, you can code on an Arduino with JavaScript using Johnny 5. So this lets you use JavaScript, Node.js. The issue with that is your computer is actually the host, and your Arduino has to be plugged in via USB in order to program it in this way. If you program it with C or C++, you're actually creating a program, writing it to the Arduino, and then it just lives there. It doesn't have to be plugged into a computer. But that's one thing you could do as well. And then, yeah, some people are mentioning the ESP32s, which are an embedded platform that's very similar to Arduino, but how do I even talk about it? let me look it up before I talk about it. Yeah. 8086 processor. Oh, nice, Daddy. I might have come across that YouTube series before. Yeah. Pyformata. Okay, that's good. Good to know. Yeah, what's the difference between ESP8266 and ESP32? I'm about to figure that out. Like, about to read it now. Line 30. I have a lot of bad indentation I need to fix. Actually, technically, these don't need to be double indented. Never mind. These don't need to be this can... Because I'm not numbering anymore. Cool. Yeah. Espruino. Line 59. I think my indentation is... Oh, all of this technically needs to go there. There's a new PC for Windows developers very close to the Mac Mini. I've seen embedded Windows machines. I actually had one that I was going to use for an IRL streaming backpack. It's just like a little single board computer that runs Windows 10 Pro. Thank you. Thank you. JavaScript for microcontrollers. Wow. Do they run directly on the microcontroller? Yeah, I guess what's the board that actually runs JavaScript? What's that one called? Does anybody know? What's up, Terawatt? JavaScript on a microcontroller. Look, listen. It's so, like, if it works and someone already knows JavaScript, why are you, at that point, you're gatekeeping. Why are you denying them the ability to work with hardware in JavaScript? Espruino? But, is Espruino, is it embedded firmware that actually has a JavaScript runtime? Yeah. I mean, that's like the fact that you could have literal JavaScript running on this chip is crazy. That would make sense. Like if it actually compiles the JavaScript into like native code to run. Huh. Wow. that's bad. So I know you're slightly trolling Terawatt, but you're also like being truthful, but I think it's funny. All right. It doesn't compile, it just runs it? Okay. Let me take a step back. I think the last thing I just talked about, I'm just going to re-talk about all of these things and just text is magically going to appear. So one of the platforms you could use for hardware is known as Arduino. This is a microcontroller, and typically you use C or C++ to program that microcontroller. However, there are things that allow you to program it using JavaScript and Node.js. A framework called Johnny 5 lets you do that. The issue, though, is that the code you write isn't running directly on the Arduino. It's actually communicating over USB, so the Arduino has to stay plugged in. So typically this doesn't work as well if you're trying to like build a mobile robot or something like that, because it has to be plugged into the computer. And then Pyformata is a similar thing, but it lets you use Python, but similar restriction that it has to be plugged in over USB. Then there's this idea of single board computers. That is, they are literally a full computer that's running Linux, which means technically you could use literally any programming language that you want, though you'll typically see things written for like GPIO, which is general purpose input-output. Let me put that here, GPIO. And typically you use either Python or Node.js for that, though like I said, you could use any one of those other programming languages. There's also a platform called Espruino, and this is a board that actually runs JavaScript, so that's cool. And then there's these embedded controllers called SB32 and SB8266. There might be some other ones. These are similar to Arduino, but they're much smaller. And I think typically you'd have to use C or C++ to program against those. So that's the hardware aspect here. Okay, thank you everyone for watching this video. Like I said earlier, if you disagree with me, let me know in the comments why. And also, if you're learning to program, let me know in the comments as well. We'll see ya. Thank you for tuning in. Follow over here on Twitch, and you can be a part of the live conversation. So yeah, bye. Everyone say bye, YouTube. Content. There we go. It's true, Codex. Yeah, it is impossible to be fully comprehensive. I mean, I think I gave a good enough overview, and I think I made a good argument for web development. Though, one thing I don't have in this video is how to start learning. I guess I tell you what you should learn, but I don't tell you where to start. I guess actually that would be a good addition. Let me say that really quick. Oh, thank you, OnPace. I appreciate that. Yeah, it is true. It's really hard to find a Raspberry Pi for MSRP right now. When am I going to do more hardware stuff? I don't know. Snickling. Oh. I'd never heard of this. That's cool. It's an embedded Python. Yeah, it won't be a short, but it'll just be a video. Yeah. An amendment. How is Scala used in big tech companies, and why is it better than Java in some aspects? I don't have a good answer for you. I don't know if there's any Java devs in the chat. And is Scala a functional programming language? Yeah, functional and object-oriented. Huh. So yeah, I don't have a good answer for you. Well, I'll get to your question eventually, Jasnock. It took me a while to answer that one. Yeah. All right. Like I said, I'm gonna answer your questions. Give me a second. I'm gonna do an amendum. And I'm going to point people to another YouTube video. So this is going to be cut into the video somewhere because I forgot to mention it. All this time I've been saying you should learn web development, but I didn't actually tell you how you can learn web development. I have a YouTube video called Free Online Resources to Learn to Code. I'll link that in the description. There I talk more in depth about these things, but these two projects, freecodecamp.org and the Odin project, are both completely free online curriculums where you can learn to code learn web development from scratch. So I'll put this into the video somewhere, but those are resources that you can use. Yeah. And Chesla is saying, can I summarize my reasoning for JavaScript, especially in backend? No, but you can watch the VOD. So let me actually enable the VOD really quick. Here. Yeah, I disabled auto publishing of VODs because if something went wrong during an IRL stream, I didn't want to that to go public. So can I publish the VOD right now? Give me a second. I can. There we go. Cool. Yeah, so I answered your question like 20 or 30 minutes ago, so I'm not going to talk about it again because I have other questions to answer. Cool. Roadmap.sh is by far the best. I disagree. So it's fine. It's fine, but how do I talk about this? So first of all, like, obviously, if you've never heard about all of this stuff, like, this gives you a good high level of, okay, these are maybe the things that I need to learn, but this actually is an opinionated map. And obviously, like, they have the check marks there saying that this is opinionated, but as a new developer, how do you know which one you actually should learn, even though it is based on opinion? So I think, like, a better version of this site would be a way for people to create their own roadmaps using all of these, like, similar nodes, but you could see, like, the Coding Garden recommended roadmap, or the Coding Train recommended roadmap, or anybody else that makes coding content. They could make their own roadmaps that are based on their opinions. And also, like, it doesn't even have to be a coding content creator. It could just be a professional in the field that has more opinions. And also, a professional in the field you could probably trust more because they have real world experience and stuff like that. So this site is cool. It's cool that it has, like, the high level overview, but I argue that it's a bit confusing for newer developers because it is so much. And even though there's little lines pointing to all these nodes, it still is a lot to take in. So you still don't really even know where to start or what to choose next. So, yeah. I want to be that guy that says you can also do web dev in Rust. Sure, but for beginners, come on. No worries, Chesla. I've already been live for 3.5 hours. Like, I can't keep repeating myself. I used to back in the day. I used to repeat myself all the time. 2854. Yeah, I think you're actually you're totally right. Like, if we had people asking questions in Discord instead of Vox, that would actually make it so that the questions would actually get answered. And then we could also, like, post a link to the VOD. Yeah. So we could create a forum channel just for stream replies. This would be a great way to incite to join the server. Yeah, I think that was the other aspect of it is, Discord has a forum feature. So we have a help forum in our Discord. The chat is always behind. It's going to take a second. But I'll show everyone really quick if you're new to the Discord. So basically, we used to have separate help channels for all of the different questions people could ask, but it was so hard to keep track of if a question had actually been answered. So now we moved it all into a forum, and then each question that gets asked gets its own topic. And then actually, like, I do have the ability, I need to go through, like, I haven't been managing this very well, but I have the ability to, once something that has been answered, actually I could do it to all of these. So if they get marked as solved, I can actually close it. Let's take a quick stretch. I can close it. This post has been closed. Only moderators can reopen it. Oh. Isn't there a way to just, like, hide it? Like, once it's closed, I thought I could do that. Yeah, definitely, Jules. I'm gonna handle that after the stream. So if you got modded today, DM me on Discord, and I'm gonna add you as a mod on Discord as well. It goes to the bottom, but it's locked. Oh, okay. Good to know. Good to know. I think because I am admin, I can send messages here. But basically, once they're solved, that's a good indicator that they don't need help anymore. So, like, this one, technically, this person might still need help. No, we could probably mark that one as solved as well. But that's why forums are cool. I like the forum feature here. Well, and the thing is, like, they're hidden, but if I start to search, this is a really cool feature as well, because it will, even if it was closed, it will show you previous forum posts that people have made that, like, match the question that you're asking. And this prevents duplicate questions as well. And welcome in, Alka. Glad to have you. welcome in. Yeah, so I'll consider this. I'll consider it. I will. I do. So in general, like it is a barrier because newer people to the channel would have to join the Discord. So that makes it tricky. Read the middle comment. We could use a Discord bot to open tickets on behalf of Twitch viewers. Okay. I handle this. You do too much for me, Drills. You don't have to do that. I'm not new and I haven't joined the Discord. Yeah. So, but this is a good point. Like, basically, you don't have to ask it. You don't have to join the Discord to ask a question, but we can manage the questions there. Yeah. Cool. Does the closed question get published on Coding Garden? No. I mean, if it's in the Discord, it's there forever. Yeah. I don't know. This is a good idea. Let's mull on this idea and then yeah, let's do that. Mull over, think about. And we'll make it happen. And now Timon's a mod, so he can talk about it with us in the mod channel too. Yeah, I guess, yeah, and so all of the closed questions on Vox are not searchable. Like they're kind of gone. I mean, he had 800 messages. I don't know. Okay, if you've asked a question, type exclamation mark here, and it will it will bubble up, and I'll try to answer it. Someone kept asking about me answering their question, and I haven't yet. They're ordered by when they were asked. So, who was that person? Josh Knock. Let's try to answer this. I don't know if I'll be able to. So Josh asked the question, any idea how to redirect to language slugs inside of a CMS where I can only execute PHP and JavaScript? What's the CMS? That's the first question. It'll depend on the CMS. And what do you mean by language slugs? Like, you have like a slug that gets translated and you want to redirect it to the non-translated one? Is that what you mean? Or I don't know what you mean by language slug. Okay. Pause. Oh, like, I see. Yeah, you want to redirect based on the person's language. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you would have to do it in your backend code. So essentially, like it really depends. It really depends. I don't know if like Imperia lets you write like a custom handler or custom PHP for the incoming request, but yeah. Let's look at this. Are the ads over? Are the ads over yet? Nobody told me the ads were over. I just sold my kidney. Well, I thought I had my cookie auto delete in here, but I guess I don't. Okay, it's going to be really hard to answer your question if I don't know what you actually have access to, but ultimately, like, if you can... if you can write a custom backend handler, then you can look at the accept language of the incoming request. So HTTP accept language. This. All I could find online was the PHP was header, but it's executed before HTML, so it doesn't work. I have a code edit module where I can put PHP and JS. Well, accept language is typically sent by the web browser, and it will send the user's preferred language. And so that's going to be like your first step, is the incoming request is going to have this header on it. And if the header exists, find their language. If you support that language, redirect there. If you don't support that language, redirect to the default language. But first of all, you're going to need to set this. I actually don't know. Quality value. It's the weight. So if a user's web browser is set to support multiple languages, they have a lower rating. 90% French. Yeah. I think I can tell Acid Spark if ads are running. Actually, I don't know if I can. My dashboard tells me that pre-rolls are off right now, which is good. But I don't know if an actual ad is running. Maybe there's a way to do that. Yeah. Yeah, I guess technically you could do it with client-side JavaScript as well. So like basically in your, I mean, I think client-side JavaScript is worst case because then you can't benefit from some search engine optimization. Is Ad Manager a separate place? I know that I've set ads up. I just don't know when they're running. I don't know when they're running. Oh yeah. I'm not saying it against what you said, Codex. I'm just making it clear that yes, you could do client side. So literally on your homepage, you could have JavaScript that kicks in, looks at the user's language, because so with JavaScript you have access to navigator.language, I think. And so you could use that, but the issue with using client-side JavaScript is if a search engine or whatever else is crawling your website, it's going to be harder for it to see what the actual URLs are. Yeah. So one way to go about it. The other way, you have backend code that looks at accept and then does the redirect. And again, I don't know this framework or this CMS, so I'm not sure of the particulars, but hopefully that helps and gives you something to look into. Got your accept language, and then on the client side you have navigator.language, and then you could do like if navigator.language is equal to whatever languages you support. You could have a bunch of if statements, then redirect them to /en/ something like this. Yeah. Discord is for everyone. Do make sure that you. Oh dear Lord, that's bad. I didn't say it was good. Honestly, Terawatt is here to just keep us honest. All of the telling us everything we do is bad. I didn't say it was good. I said it was a thing. And also, if you look at what they said it was legacy. So maybe maybe they can do that. But thank you for your question, Josh. Hopefully that leads you in the right direction. All right. Do exclamation. It's kind of true. Yeah, but I think that I always assume that Terawatt is trolling. So. Okay, there's a separate panel for Ad Manager. Oh. So I can edit the layout and then add Ads Manager. Sweet. Okay, now I will know if there is an ad running. Thank you, Alcom. Cool. So if you asked a question, type exclamation mark here. It'll bubble up. I'm going to go grab some water. Can you buy your answer with this? Wait. Did you? No, I'm gonna answer your question anyways. I'm gonna don't worry. Don't you worry. So I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab some water. Well, actually, these. Hello. Welcome back. To me, I guess. All right. We'll answer a non-sub question, if there is one. America 2050 asks, or says, today is International Pasta Day. What's my favorite pasta? I really like, I think is it rotini? Yeah. I like any kind of spiral pasta because, and Der Sebo, thank you for the prime. You probably didn't hear it, but I need to turn my notifications back up. But spiral pasta is best pasta because there's more surface area for the sauce or whatever else you're eating the pasta with to be attached to. I think rigatoni is another spiral pasta. No, it's not. I mean, technically you could argue that like your sauce or whatever could get into the tube of these things, but it hardly ever does. So, rotini, definitely my favorite pasta. Fusilli? Yeah, fusilli is a little. That's the one I was thinking of. It's still spirally, but it's not as tight as rotini. So there still is some surface area, but yeah, I think rotini is the pasta analysis. So because it's tighter together, like the sauce and everything else will get stuck in between. So that's my answer. Oh, you know what? I think I know what you're talking about, Codex. The at Olive Garden, not Rigatino. What the heck? Rigatini. I spelled it wrong. Regardless, but at Olive Garden you can get fried rigatoni that has like cheese inside of it. Yeah. So that's my answer. Thank you for the question. Impasta syndrome. But I've thought about this a lot, America 2050, because for a while, I mean, technically, like pasta, it's carbs, right? But at the same time, I was trying to eat healthy, so I was eating whole wheat pasta, and I always had to think about what pasta will I get, and that's what I settled on, rotini. Who else? Oscar says, did I take a look at Alfadino? No. And it's Shulman. Thank you very much for the gift. Who really wants to get their question answered. I appreciate you. Aleph.js is a full stack framework for Dino. Oh no. Oh no, there's another one. There's another one. It's not Aleph, it's Aleph, not Alpha. Aleph. Oh no. Okay, I mean that's cool. Honestly, like I think it was bound to happen because Vite definitely did not replace completely like the idea of Next.js or Remix. Like there's no build process, and it heavily does server-side rendering, whereas like Next.js and Remix is like server-side rendering combined with single-page applications. So if this is doing that, then Yet another full stack framework. Honestly, I might have come across this. Serve, you have your index. Routing is not file based? Okay, it is file based. Set server side rendering to true. Add CSS with a link. Aleph supports nesting and custom media queries. Cool. So they're probably using something like some kind of post CSS under the hood. And it uses Uno. That's cool. Oh, and you get to choose. I didn't even see that. You could use React, or you could use Vue, or you could use Solid. It seems pretty cool. I'm just already overwhelmed with like what we're doing with Fresh. Who made Aleph? It has 4.9 thousand stars. Is it from the developers of Fresh? Does IJE? Does IJE commit to Fresh too? Wait. 2,800 commits. Fresh only has 342 commits. It could just be their commit strategy. Like, honestly, it does look like these are like pretty. They're committing pretty often. Where this might have like more features in a single commit. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Cool. I hadn't seen it. My initial gut reaction is I'm not gonna switch to it. My initial gut reaction and what I've thought of is like after we get done with Fresh spots, for the most part, I'm not gonna touch Fresh for a while. We're gonna stick to probably like Next.js and other stuff like that. So yeah, and that's what I was thinking. Codex, they squash commits, they keep the features and the commits all together. So yeah, I hadn't seen that. Looks cool, but it's nauseating to think about all of the stuff, all the options. So thank you that. Fresh is gonna be stale. I think that's the thing. Like when something like Aleph comes out that is doing like hybrid server-side rendering, single-page application stuff, then it can do all the same things that Fresh can do as well. Then it's potentially going to be a replacement for it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. If you asked a question, exclamation mark here, it'll bubble up. Dive bar, dance bar, or pool bar? It depends. It depends on who I'm with. It depends on who's there. Yeah, it depends on the mood. If I feel like dancing, dance bar. If I feel like just getting a drink, dive bar. Honestly, I'll just X pool bar. I don't like swimming. I don't like taking my shirt off, honestly. So, not the pool bar. Thank you for your question. Oh, billiards. I'm not very good at pool. So. Okay, let's answer Itch Shulman because it's a pay-to-play economy, essentially. Here we go. I want to learn how to use less mouse and use more keyboards to code. Any tips to practice? Yeah, just use more shortcuts. But honestly, unplug your mouse. Or, I mean, one thing that I did for a long time, when I was using my MacBook at my desk, I still had like a stand for my MacBook, but I was using an external keyboard and mouse. I would literally just put a piece of paper on top of my MacBook so I couldn't touch the trackpad. Um, so I know there's a way to disable the trackpad, but it wasn't easy because you'd always have to go into the settings on a Mac. So I literally would just put a piece of paper so that I couldn't touch the trackpad. So that's an option. Put a piece of paper so you can't touch the trackpad. Do everything with your keyboard. It is literally possible to do everything on your computer with just your keyboard. And by forcing yourself to do that, you're gonna have to learn all the keyboard shortcuts, or you're just gonna be really slow at everything. Um, coding in bed with a Bluetooth keyboard, yeah. So yeah, and I think like people are mentioning if you use Vim or NeoVim, that's going to get you used to just using your keyboard because you literally can't use your mouse. So that's a thing as well. But yeah, my advice is literally just unplug your mouse or cover your mouse up. And you don't have to do it all the time, but that is going to force you to try and remember to use shortcuts and try and remember to use your keyboard. And I think especially once you're just using your keyboard, you'll find all the places where you don't know the shortcuts or you don't have them memorized. So it'll kind of like force you, at least if you want to be efficient, you'll say, oh, well, if I was using my mouse, I'd be done by now. Let me figure out the best way to do it with my keyboard. So, yeah. My coding school forced Vim for 1 month and it was enough. Would you mind mentioning what coding school that is? That's weird. I mean, honestly, I could see knowing Vim as like a decent way to like get in at a company. Like if you're in an interview and you're like, yeah, I use Vim. School 42. I'm gonna look it up. I mean, this could just be an ad for School 42 right now, but a private nonprofit tuition-free computer science school created and funded by a French billionaire. Never heard of it. Honestly, I would never force my students to use Vim. I do. I actually used to. When I taught at a coding school, I had there were certain students. So how do I say this? There were certain cohorts where I would be the teacher from the beginning, but there were some times when I left and then I came. Like I left for like a few month break and then I came back and I was teaching cohorts like in the middle, and a lot of the students had not developed good habits yet. Like they didn't use shortcuts, they didn't use snippets, they didn't use any sort of window management. So I would actually have an entire week. It was technically the break week, but I would tell them to come in because they needed to work on this stuff, where we would practice using a window manager and like doing things like this and like switching between applications, and just getting used to keyboard shortcuts because at the end of the day, like at a certain point, not being efficient with your computer and with your machine is what will slow you down. And even being the best programmer in the world, like you're gonna have a hard time if you're not really efficient with your tools. So yeah. I hope that helps, Shalman. Basically, just start using them. Unplug your mouse. And I have shared before the keyboard shortcuts gist that I've made. Wait, what did BTRSL say? Vim is like driving a manual car. Well, it's funny that people say it's very American of you, because yeah, in most other countries, you have to know how to drive a stick shift, but in the U.S., that's why it's like so easy to get a license. I think is because automatic cars, you don't have to know how to drive a stick shift. OS X is an antiquated term. Now it's actually referred to as Mac OS. Wait, is that how they abbreviate it? Yeah. Here we go. Stick shift? Do you all not call it a stick shift? That's one word for it in the US. Yeah. Okay, I linked this I didn't even talk about it, but these are some of the shortcuts I use that are just general shortcuts for like working within any text area in any operating system. Like holding down Alt on a Mac lets you jump over tokens like this, and then holding down Command lets you jump to the beginning and to the end, and then combine that with Shift, and you can select individual tokens or the whole thing. So those are shortcuts I use all the time. And then honestly, like the Command tab to switch between apps, and then Command space to launch my command launcher. Honestly, those are all the shortcuts that I use. Yeah. Normal people say gear shift. Why would anyone use that term? Look at it. That's what Americans call it. It's a stick shift. Chai Tea Coder says the only real benefit for me for learning Vim was making myself more confident and less afraid to try new things. Sure, yeah, and like I'm not saying you shouldn't learn Vim. I just think it's, especially for beginners, like you have so many other things to worry about when you're a beginner in coding. To add Vim on top of that, it just kind of seems like a nightmare. Though it is kind of like trial by fire, because if you're forced to use it and forced to learn it, then like you have to get good at it. Thank you, it's Shalman. Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate you. Again, you don't have to do that. You really don't have to do that. And Clixer, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the Prime. To prove it wasn't about the answer. Appreciate it. Well, I mean, honestly, that's just reinforcement that maybe it was a good answer. Yeah. I've been learning to drive a manual car, and it's definitely been the most challenging part of driving. I would be so much more comfortable in an automatic. But passing the driving test in an automatic means you can only drive an automatic. Oh, really? It's not that way if you have a driver's license in the US, you can drive anything. That's crazy. I used Vim for 22 years, never again. That's funny. So Codex is on the other side. Like, yeah. They spent all their time doing it. Now they don't do it anymore. Yeah. Yeah. I've been doing web development for a long time, and I want to learn so much C++. Am I crazy? No. I think like, if you're a complete beginner, it can be tricky to like bounce between all the different things, and so you should probably stick to one thing. But if you already are somewhat comfortable, yeah, branch out. C++ is going to be way different, so I think it's worth it. It's worth it. Okay, what's the best way to switch from computer to Mac? Are there good resources to look into? Honestly, a little like self-promotion for that setting up a Mac that I did. Because honestly, the window switching is, I was used to doing that on a PC, and then I guess that's probably the main thing I was used to doing on a PC. But this video where I set up the Mac and like talk about all the stuff, honestly, a lot of those apps are really like replacements for things that you get for free on Windows. And then this 3 Mac apps I use every day. So the 3 Mac apps I use every day was extracted from that longer video. But you can check that out too. So yeah. I don't really have any other advice. Like I've always been I don't know the right term, but I've always used all operating systems. So when I was in university, I had a MacBook that was the black MacBook. Anybody remember these? These were awesome. But I had one of these. I had one of these black MacBooks, bought it on eBay. And then I tri-booted. So I booted Ubuntu, Windows, and Mac. And I would switch between them. And then I had like computers at home that were either running Windows or running Linux. I've always just used all operating systems. I don't know. Honestly, things on a Mac are just a whole lot easier. Yeah. Yeah. I once wrote a blog article about all the things I had to do to Mac to make it usable, and it was like 20 pages long. I mean, my blog article, I don't know how many pages it is, but so actually this is the other thing. This goes along with that YouTube video that I linked. If you don't want to watch the video, this article basically talks about all the stuff that I install. And then also if you look at the comments, you can see other people's opinions on other apps to use. So, yeah. Electrothermal says, there's little benefit to standard cars anymore. With 7+ speed automatics becoming the norm, the additional gearing allows for lower RPMs, thus reduced fuel consumption and emissions. As for speed, DCTs have far exceeding shifting speed over a manual, so you're actually slower at a track using manual. It's funny to think about. So, I drive a Toyota Prius C. It is an automatic, but it has, at least if I remember right, it's called a continuously variable transmission. And so I live in Colorado. There's a lot of mountain roads, like uphill and downhill. And when I'm going downhill, I can shift into, I think it's marked as like B+, which is a lower gear. So I can shift into that so I don't have to brake when going downhill. And I think most automatic cars have that ability to shift into like a lower gear, even though it's still automatic. But you make an interesting point. I think most people that drive that drive manual transmission cars in the US are typically like car enthusiasts. And I guess I think Acid Spark made the point earlier that like there is a price difference. I don't know if the price difference is still as big as it used to be, but that could be the consideration as well. Oh yeah, yeah. I guess. Yeah. I think the way I get around closing my MacBook is using an app. So I use this app is called Keeping You Awake. There's also one called Caffeine, but that'll keep your Mac awake even if you close the lid. Yeah. I have the old x86 Mac. I have the 2015 MacBook Pro. What was I gonna do? I was gonna run a command. Oh yeah. Honestly, that link, this link, if you look at the dev.to link, one of the first parts of it, I mention which Mac I have. Here it is. Yeah. I guess I didn't even mention that. I don't know how to drive a manual transmission car. Yeah. Yeah. You're looking at a Subaru Forester, considering a Telluride or Trinidad. Are those models of Subaru? Do I plan to get a Mac now that it's no longer getting the newest Mac OS? Eventually, but I don't even know if I'll get a Mac. I might get like a machine built for Linux, like System 76, or isn't there like what are they called, like Libre book or something like that? But I do believe, but because my MacBook supports Monterey, is that what I'm right? As long as Monterey gets updates, my Mac will continue to support it. So technically, my 2015 MacBook Pro is going to keep getting updates for like the next 2.5 years, 2 years. Yeah. You can find my break timer here. How to maintain good posture. I don't have a good answer for you. I try to... I mean, honestly, my break time... That's a good point for talking about my break timer. This thing that pops up every now and then... this is typically when this pops up, it's a reminder to, first of all, take my hands off the keyboard, so that'll prevent a repetitive strain injury where your hands are sitting in like a weird position, and then that might cause some pain in your wrist. But by taking your hands off the keyboard, you're preventing that from happening. It also reminds me to like sit up in my chair. So that's one thing, constant reminders. I don't have any other advice for you though. Cool. And hopefully that helped, Timon. Like, Yeah, I don't know what exactly is missing from Windows that you would want on a Mac. I don't know. Yeah. In a U.S. company, can you define the different pay grades based on junior, senior, front end, back end, full stack, full developer? I have no idea. It varies widely. Um, I don't know if you knew this, but the United States is a very large country. Size wise, it's a very large country. ThinkPads are cool. Yeah, I have on an unrelated note, I have an it's like a ThinkPad 11. It's a tinier ThinkPad, but it's pretty great. It runs Ubuntu, and then you can find the like used ThinkPads that run Linux pretty well. Um, Not a bad country, a big country. What was I going to show you? Oh yeah, I guess I was just going to go to a map so I can show you how big the U.S. is. Um, like look at this. Look at this. Like if you live in Europe, so like Spain, France, Germany, Italy, obviously you know what Europe is. The United States is bigger than all of this combined, right? So it's like it's a huge place, which means like if you look at the United States, almost every single state you could consider a different country. Each state and each city has different costs of living, living expenses, which means that the salaries are going to vary wildly depending on where you are in the U.S. as well. We know what Europe is. Americans don't. So like bigger cities, especially like along the coast, like New York, and then like Seattle and San Francisco. Like those are some of like the tech hotspots, and you can make huge salaries working there. I live in Denver. It's probably like middle of the road, but still more than like if you're living in middle of nowhere, Kansas. A senior dev might not even make $100,000 a year. So it varies widely. Yeah, I don't know. I can't give you a good answer because it varies wildly. I can talk a little bit about Denver. Like for the most part, it seems that like junior level or like entry level web developers that are doing like front end framework stuff like React or Vue or whatever else, not just basic websites. That salary is typically like at least $60,000 a year, but it probably is. And then the other thing is I'm not plugged in because it's been so long since I was searching for a job or looking at salaries. But typically it starts around 60K and then goes up from there. And I do think that back end in developers in my area will make a bit more money than front end developers. Yeah, and in this website I've seen before, but it shows salaries in various cities. So let's see if we can just pull up Denver, Colorado. Greater Denver area. And then, I mean, it even varies like on a mac, like a even smaller scale. So I live in this city, Denver, Colorado, and then to the northwest is a city called Boulder, and the cost of living there is so much more than Denver, and the salaries are so much more in Boulder than they are in Denver as well. So that's even something to consider. And also like if you look at so like Fort Collins, which is about an hour north from me, they probably have different salaries than even Denver, and so does Colorado Springs. So it really depends on where you are. But let's see, Greater Denver area. I don't know why they include Boulder. That's gonna skew it because yeah, like this is skewed high because I think because of Boulder. Um, Unlock by adding my salary. This thing is literally just a great. Do you mean the map? The map is a great. Is that what you mean? Yeah, that's the other interesting thing about a lot of American cities is like because they're so new, they can have a grid system. Though if you see like Denver, like the downtown area, it's like it's a grid, but it's shifted, whereas everywhere else is literally a north-south grid. But if you look at European cities, which are like way older, like where are you from, Terawatt? I guess I mean you don't have to say. We'll look at well, not Antarctica. Medieval city. Yeah, we have medieval city. I mean, I guess let's just look like in Germany. Look at me, Bavaria. Okay, well, so where is Bavaria? I don't know where Bavaria is. Um, It's in Germany, right? Point me. Well, we're gonna find Bavaria. Point me to it. Southwest. Honestly, OpenStreetMaps is so hard to look. It's hard to see the country borders. Southeast. There's Munich. Wait, is Bavaria a city or it's like a section of Germany? Is this technically Bavaria? Like Munich? Munich, okay. Let's look at Munich. Yeah, look at that. That is not. It's definitely not a grid. Instantly, you can see like things spawn everywhere and everywhere else. And then yeah, let's look at Spain. So I think somebody mentioned Spain in the chat as well. My apartment cost a month of your salary, like the entire thing. Yeah. Oh wait. Oh no. You mean? I see what you mean. Literally 1 month of salary is the entire price. Okay, where's Barcelona? Honestly, this makes me want to play GeoGuessr. Yeah, and I mean, you got a little bit of a grid going on there, though it's not north-south, but it is somewhat of a grid. I mean, that kind of reminds me of New Orleans in the United States. That like it has a bit of a grid, but like all of this is it's kind of all over the place. Well, not really. I mean, if you look at this, these are more of a grid. Okay, we'll look at Paris. That'll be the last thing that I look at. Yep. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. Well, so to answer your question, Drills, I can't answer your question. It varies everywhere. I mean, yeah, this website is probably the best. If we look for like front end, man, I need to get a job at Google. This is insane. They have an office in Boulder. I could literally like work for 3 years and then retire and just like never do anything ever again. And I mean, obviously I would be like living cheaply, but I could do that. New Orleans or New Orleans? It's Nolans. Nolans. You want me to plug you? No, not right now. No. Spoiler, I can't. No, I don't. I mean, I don't. So here's the thing. Yeah, it doesn't have to be Google, but I would probably find some company. Where I can make a ton of money. Probably, honestly, probably Amazon. They seem pretty desperate to hire people these days. And then I could make like so. I've talked about this before, but at my last job, I was making $135,000 a year, and that's with 10 plus years of experience. And the reason is, it was a very small company. There were like at one point there were only like 8 employees. But I liked that. Working at a smaller company, I had more influence. There was less politics. Yeah. The type of work that I was doing at other companies in this area, I probably could have gotten closer to like maybe like 160, 170, maybe even, honestly, I don't know. But at like a larger corporation, I probably could have been getting a much larger salary than I was getting before. So yeah. And please don't. I mean, I think it would be after Coding Garden. It's like if eventually I can't do Coding Garden anymore, I just get a job that pays a lot of money and then I save up enough and then just do nothing the rest of my life. Yeah. Oh, I was going to click that. Oh, good call. Good call. World map, true proportion continents. It's true, yeah, because we were looking at, I forget what the type of projection this is, but that's actually a really good point. This is a Mercadian projection? Or what's this projection called? Mercator projection. So yeah, the Mercator projection is it makes the U.S. look a lot bigger than it, but still even the U.S. is bigger than all of Europe combined. Try banking, pretty dumb technically, low hours and good pay. And yeah, that's my thought, is like a banking company or insurance or just some really big company. And not to say that anyone that works there isn't a good coder or anything like that, or they just work there for the money. I just know I've worked at a big company before, and I know that things move slower, and you kind of don't have to do as much just because things move slower. So, the true size. The true size of United States. Wow. Wow. Can I move this here? Whoa! That's so... This site is awesome. Look at that. That's the true size of the U.S. I guess, is Norway, Sweden, and Finland, are those considered Europe? That was probably a really dumb question for me to ask. I guess they are, right? Move it over China? Yeah, it's about the size of China. So yeah, I guess technically... yeah, I mean, I bet... So there's all this ocean. You could fit Norway, Sweden, Finland, United Kingdom in there, so... Typical North American. Yeah, I've already talked about... I am geographically ignorant. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I mean, you could also... the other aspect here is like the populated size of the United States, because a lot of the mid-United States and all of this is less populated. Like everything is around city centers, and everything else is like very rural, at least in like the middle of the U.S. Whereas if you contrast that with Europe, like most of it is fairly densely populated, like comparatively. Yeah. Okay. Let's answer this one from BTRSL. How many meals do I eat per day? It varies. Usually 3, but lately I've been eating lunch much later, like closer to dinner time, which means my dinner is smaller. And then like sometimes I don't eat breakfast. So sometimes I only eat 2 meals in a day. For a while I was counting calories, and I was trying to have no more than 1,500 calories in a day. I don't count calories anymore, but I don't know what's healthier. I just do what's easiest and what I like, what makes sense with my schedule. So I don't know. Okay. Oh, was this meant to be a comment? Maybe that was the bug earlier, Timon. Like, did you comment on this? What is happening here? It's a question. Push anything you do to GitHub, or filter the good ones if... Oh, okay. I was like, are you telling me what to do? I see. Would I rather push everything that I do to GitHub, or filter the good ones if you're seeking a job? Filter the good ones. Especially if you're treating GitHub as your portfolio and like you're putting it on your resume, get all of the... Absolutely, remove all of the simple repos, the repos that haven't been updated in a while. If you're trying to find a job with your GitHub, it should be the best representation of your coding ability. Now, that's not to say you should like delete those other repos, like make them private. But yeah, I mean, I've been guilty of this. Like in terms of like, I was looking at someone applied to the company that I was working at. I was reviewing their resume. I went to their GitHub, and then it's just filled with like tutorial apps and stuff that hasn't been touched in a while. And I mean, honestly, like I should really only be gauging them on the actual code that they can write now. But I will be honest that it can leave a bad taste in someone's mouth if there's a bunch of stuff. But like I said, you don't necessarily have to trust that. And like Codex is saying, they don't even look at their GitHub at all because of that. But I would say if you're a newer developer and you are using GitHub as a portfolio, like I don't think it would hurt. Like just hide all of the stuff you don't want people seeing. So. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's the problem, Chesla. It's like certain people just have that mentality. Like I know that you can't be judged by everything in your GitHub, especially if your commits were from like 2 years ago or something like that. But certain people kind of treat it like it's the only way to know about you. So it's like you almost have to treat it that way. It's hard. It sucks that it is that way, but yeah. And that's the other aspect. Like depending on the size of company that you're applying to and how many people are applying there, the person that's reviewing your resume may not have time to look at your GitHub profile. But if you're applying at a smaller company like I worked at, I would look. I would be curious about it. But again, it varies by company that you apply to. Because some people do look at your GitHub, I would shy on the side of caring about it and removing anything that isn't your best work or a best representation of your work. So, but again, that's just my opinion. But I think it more comes down to like who's going to be looking at your resume and who you're applying to. Yeah, I think BTR. So I think I'd push like any interesting app or anything like that. I'd push it to my GitHub. But also any stuff on your GitHub, you also want to have like a really good README that describes what the app is. Also describes like how people can develop on it locally. Not necessarily that you're expecting people to develop on it locally, but that's one of the things I was looking for as well when I looked at someone's GitHub is, do they document their stuff? And one thing you can do is put screenshots of your app in the README so that someone doesn't actually have to run the code or go to your website to see what it looks like. If you have screenshots, you could probably fake it. Like for a lot of people that they might stop at the README and be like, oh, this app's really cool. And then not even actually look at the code. But yeah. Oh, the two repo practice. One is super messy. The other is clean and does PRs. Interesting. I've actually never heard of that, but that kind of makes sense. Like if you want to keep the commit history somewhat clean, that makes sense. Makes sense. I have an empty GitHub for 7 years. Am I doomed? No, I think if you have work experience, then you're not doomed. If you have no work experience, it makes sense to have a decent GitHub, or it makes sense to have a decent portfolio at least, because you have to prove to them in some way that you know how to code. If you already have work experience, you don't have to worry about GitHub. Yeah. Yeah, and again, yeah, it varies by the personality of the recruiter, exactly. Or the technical, the team lead, or whoever you're going to be working with. So yeah, I do and I judge. I wouldn't say hide poorly written repos, but you should acknowledge the issues in the README. And that's another good point. Like if you don't want to make them private, put it in the README. Hey, I was just learning X framework or X library. This is the code that I wrote for that. This project shouldn't be used by anyone else, or something like that. I think as long as you have an indicator and people don't think that it's like your best code. Yeah. 10 plus years of Vue experience. Though we're approaching, like it came out in, was it 2014? Yep, 8 years ago. I mean, they're not far off. But even so, like most people don't have 8 years of Vue experience because you probably didn't start using it till like version 2. Or actually, I think version 2 is where they introduced the virtual DOM. I don't know. I haven't worked for almost 5 years, and I'm actually a little curious how my job search might go if I choose to re-enter. Yeah. I don't even want to try. Honestly, I don't want to try. My README is a good one. Let's see. Yeah, this is great. This is great. And then you're doing like the code thing where you have like your resume and code. I think this is totally fine. It also like shows your personality. I think this is great. What I was talking about is the READMEs on your individual repos. So you linked me. Now I'm gonna click your repos. So these are apparently like these are challenge repos. So apparently like I probably wouldn't click on those because it's not it's like code wars or front end problems. I wouldn't expect that to be like an app that you built. A responsive website with a dark mode switch. My first website. Look, yeah, honestly, this is awesome, Santos. I would bring you in for an interview. Like, I mean, the fact that you took the time to say, this was my first website, this is like, that's awesome. Cool. I think at this point, are you just copying what was in your main README? Cool. And then one point of improvement is like, so this React calculator, like if you want it to be in your portfolio, I would remove the default like create React app README and like post a screenshot of the calculator. Also talk about like, was this your first React app? But let's see. Cool. Your honest your GitHub is fine, and I see no red flags. Like if you were applying to my company and I saw this, yeah, it's fine. I'm not gonna dive into the code, but I think for the most part, it's very presentable. Hot take on Tailwind, only because it's been 2 hours since the last hot take on Tailwind. I think a lot of people choose to use Tailwind because they like the developer experience. That's not a hot take. It's not a hot take. They like they like the developer experience. I also think that we can find a better developer experience than Tailwind. I don't know if it exists. I think CSS modules are close, but I think that's the main problem that we're up against is the developer experience of CSS. And for a lot of people, Tailwind solves that for them. Am I planning on making a GitHub review stream? Maybe not. The thing is, I have not hired a lot of people. Technically, I've only ever hired one person. I interviewed a ton. Interviewed a ton of people, but I only ever hired one person at my last job. At the job before that, I technically hired residents, which we called basically like teaching assistants. I hired like 4 of them. But because I don't have a lot of experience hiring people, I don't know if I would be a good gauge of like, why do my opinions matter about your GitHub is all I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah. I've been with the same company for 24 years. I really don't want to have to interview again. Yeah, it'd be crazy. I think like someone that has 24 years of experience on their resume, like I think a lot of people interviewing them or that would be interviewing them will hopefully would take that into account. Like they wouldn't try to whiteboard, like have you solve FizzBuzz on a whiteboard. Like that would be like a serious waste of your time. They should ask about your experience and probably give you like architecture questions or something like that. But yeah, that's the other thing is if you want people to be able to look at that React app, put it on Surge and then post a link in the README. Yeah. Need to work on most of these. Yeah, I think for the most part, it looked good to me though. But I think some of the READMEs could use some improvement. But for the most part, it looks good. Hire a novelist to write your README. And it's not true. I don't hate Tailwind, and I don't hate the people who like it. I understand. I think that's the main thing that like people don't get when they write a blog post on why Tailwind is bad. Like what they don't understand is that people love it. Like people literally, like for a lot of people, Tailwind was like the best thing that ever happened to them in terms of like how they work with CSS. So like you're not going to convince them that they're doing something wrong when they're able to build the same apps they were building before, but now they can maybe do it faster or they have a better time doing it. So like that's not the argument you want to make. The argument that you want to make is that I actually think we can have a better developer experience than Tailwind. I don't know what it is. I don't know, but I think we can. I think that's the argument we need to make. CSS modules with nested selectors, yeah. I mean, and honestly, like the one criticism I do have of Tailwind is that you literally cannot cascade. Like, if you want to create a more specific selector on something in an app that potentially has styles coming from another place, you're going to have a hard time doing that with Tailwind. You have to break out CSS at that point. So that is the thing. I want to move to the Netherlands. I've never been to the Netherlands. It seems all of those European countries like Sweden and Netherlands and all that. I definitely want to visit there. Yeah, but I mean, ask Phil. I would argue that as a backend dev, you're gonna have an even easier time with Bootstrap or Bulma. Because like Tailwind literally forces you to design everything from scratch, unless you're using Tailwind UI. which is a different thing. And then there's also Flowbyte and Daisy UI, but I would recommend those over Tailwind itself because, yeah. I moved over your repo? What? 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 I don't know what you're talking about. Flowbyte? Yeah, so then that makes sense. That makes sense. Can tweak the README for grammar and slight self-marketing. Sure, sure. Yeah, if English isn't your first language, then you might have someone that does speak English, like, review it. Did I ask what's your biggest weakness? No. The first question I would always ask is, why do you want to work here? And that tells me, one, did they actually research my company and know what we do? And two, are they able to answer in a way where they talk about how they are going to bring value to the company, not about how, oh, this job seems awesome and it's going to give me great experience and I'm going to be like a better developer for it. Like they don't give a selfish answer. That's basically all the things that they're going to get from it. They give me an answer that tells me basically how they are going to benefit me, like why I should hire them, why my company is going to benefit from having them on staff. And then what else? Yeah, and also it's just like if you're applying at a company and you've reached the stage where you're talking to me, that means you already made it through talking to HR, you already made it through a coding challenge. So at that point, you should at least do your research and know like the brief history of the company and like what they do and all of that good stuff. I don't know. And usually, like, the interviews that I gave were technical interviews. So they would start with a couple of questions like, why do you want to work here? And then sometimes I'd also ask, like, what is one thing you really like about React? Just to see, like, if they, first of all, if they had an answer. And you could also see, like, do they know about React and do they have opinions? I think that's the other thing is, like, I'm wondering if they have opinions or not. So, yeah. 24 years, you'll have 3 tech interviews and 2 CEO sit-downs. Yeah. Who in chat would you hire only based off their messages in chat? That's a great question. My mind immediately goes to Doc. We were talking about Doc earlier. Which we haven't seen in a year. We actually don't know what happened to them. I would hire Doc immediately, almost immediately. I would bring Oscar in for an interview. I mean, Oscar has helped so much with Fresh. Like, I'll be honest, Oscar. Like, I actually, like, I don't know if I really know you, you know? So I wouldn't hire you, but I'd definitely bring you in for an interview. Because like it is a hard question to answer though, because it's literally only our chat interactions. Yeah, but that's so yeah. If I talk about the reasons why I say Doc, like Doc not only was extremely smart and like almost always would have good suggestions and like insight into what we were doing, he was also very humble and then also just very nice, and he understood the Coding Garden culture. So like in terms of like what I want to allow in the chat and different things like that, like I don't know if he actually had the same opinions, but I do know that he helped enforce them. So I don't know. Oh yeah, I'd hire Alka immediately. I don't know why my mind didn't go to that as well. Alka and Doc. Basically, we would be the dream team if we tried to build something together. So I hate you, Oscar. I won't hire you. No. Like, that is not true. That is not true. I mean, I guess, but technically, I've only really interacted with Oscar over the past 2 months or so, like since I started on Fresh Spots. I feel like you were probably in the chat before that, but I feel like the amount of interaction that has happened between me and Oscar started with Fresh Spots. All right, I'm gonna answer a few more questions if there are any, and then I need to go. Yeah. I can immediately tell when a website is designed using Bootstrap or Bulma. Yeah. Though this Boot Swatch or Bulma Swatch, these are this one is themes on top of Bootstrap, so you might not like you could literally replace Bootstrap with this, and you instantly get this theme or this style. So I typically pick one of these because it doesn't look like vanilla Bootstrap, and they have a similar thing for Bulma. So my oldest commit is in 1970. Did you change the date on it? One contribution in 1970. Wait, how do we see the commit? We can't see the commit, but that's hilarious. Yeah. Is it a red flag if they don't know anything about the company? It's the first in a series of dominoes that would fall. I mean, honestly, anybody that hadn't done their research, also did really bad in the coding exercise. I don't know if that I don't know, but it's not an immediately no hire if they don't know anything about it. But I do know, but that gives me a better idea of like where their priorities lie, right? Like, are they interviewing at like 100 different companies, or and they haven't had the time to research, or they just not care to research? Do they just care about the money? I don't know. I think like and this was for like a senior developer. So any senior developer is with a lot of experience enough to have gotten that interview, has probably already worked at a lot of places, and I would think is only interviewing at a few places. Like the more experience you get and the longer you've been a dev, like you actually don't have to try as hard to get a job. So I would think, and I mean, I might be wrong in this assumption, but I would think that they're not like an entry-level developer that's going to apply to 100 different jobs just to try to get one. They can be more precise about where they apply to, and more know that like these are the kinds of places that I want to work, and that's where they would apply to. Like, that's where I was coming from. But so I would have assumed that because they have experience and maybe they're not applying at a lot of places, maybe they would at least do the research to know what the company does that they're applying to. I don't know. But again, it wouldn't be a red flag. Like, it wouldn't be like an instant no hire. It was just the first thing that would let me know that maybe they actually don't care that much. Yeah. The first thing I always ask is, how are you today? Yeah. I also would ask, tell me about yourself. And that's fascinating because that also gives you an idea of like, does this person talk a lot? Also, first of all, have they practiced answering the question, tell me about yourself? If you're interviewing, you should have a prepared answer for tell me about yourself. Regardless of your experience, like that's the one thing you should know how to talk about. And the one thing you should at least practice talking about, tell me about yourself. When I would interview people and say, like, tell me about yourself, and they would talk for like 5 minutes, and it was wandering, and they didn't have a clear idea, and also like, and it wasn't prepared, that was also a red flag for me. Just because it's like, for the most part, tell me about yourself is kind of like an icebreaker, but it's also, tell me about the idea of yourself. Like, what idea of yourself are you trying to present to the world? And if you don't have that down, I don't know. Why does searching for your company and what it does make any difference? I want to work. It just tells me like if you care about what we actually do. A live interview with Oscar. Get on a call right now, Oscar. But I mean, I think you're right, and that's why it's like if they didn't know, I wouldn't be that big of a deal. But any company that I apply to, I want to know, like, what do they do? What kind of apps do they build? What's their tech stack? Like, how long have they been around? Have they had, like, different major releases of their product? And was it built with different tech at different times? Like, I want to know all of those things, and I want to know what I'm getting into. I don't know. I would expect people to know that as well. I like to eat because I need a paycheck, yeah. Can a junior dev bring value to a company? In my opinion, I'd hire a junior if he or she knows the basics and seem like they can easily learn more. I think they can, because I think a lot of junior devs also have other types of experiences, and depending on like the problem domain, they potentially could bring experience in the problem domain, not necessarily experience in tech, but yeah. If you research a date before going on a date, you'd be color free. Sure, but I think it's a very different thing. And honestly, I don't necessarily think I think a lot of people do this. Like they'll look up the person on Facebook or whatever else just to get a general idea of who this person is that they're about to go eat dinner with. I don't know. One thing you like about React. Next question, please. Everyone hire Doc immediately, yeah. We don't know where Doc is. We haven't heard from him in about a year. Weird interview experiences? Okay, I'll tell you about one, and then I'll declare chat bankruptcy and maybe answer one or two more questions depending on who's here. Okay, I think I might have talked about this on stream before, but this is a thing where basically consulting companies in other countries. In this specific instance, they were based out of China. The consulting company that did this thing. But basically what they would do is they applied, they submitted a resume of a person, and it was decent. Like it was good enough for them to get the interview. They also submitted a code challenge. But then the person that we brought in for the not in person, but over the like a virtual coding interview, technical interview, the person they brought in kind of had no idea what they were doing and also could not speak English very well. And so basically we eventually figured out what these companies were doing. Basically, it's a consulting company in another country, whether it's China or India, or like it was a lot of different countries this was happening in. Those are the specific ones that I know I had experience with. But basically, they're like a consulting company based out of there that will apply as an individual developer to American companies to work remotely, and then the resume and the person that applied is not actually the person that goes into the interview, and then when they are given work, they actually pass it off to the consultancy, and then different people will actually work on the work. So regardless, the interview was really weird because I would start small. I would say like what I think is a basic question, like and I would show them the code on my screen, and I would say we have this array of objects, and I want to find one object in that array that has a property of a specific value. How would you do that? And I just want to see their basic approach, and also they do not control the keyboard, so I'm having them tell me what to do. And so first of all, that basically gets them. I get to understand their communication skills. Like, can they tell me how to solve the thing without actually typing on the keyboard? This person could not, and they kept saying like, I want to type, let me type it, just let me type it. And I was like, please just tell me what to do. And then finally we got to the point where they shared their screen, and then I gave them a prompt on what they needed to code, and they turned off their camera, and then code just started to appear on the screen, and I was like, please tell me your thought process. Like, why are you writing the code that you're writing? And they just kept writing code. And so apparently what had happened is like there was somebody else in the room that was like ready to do the coding challenge. They hid their camera so that they could start coding instead. I don't know. Yeah, it was React. It was a React app. I don't think I did a very good job explaining that story, but basically that was the weirdest experience, because at a certain point, I could tell, I was like, you were not the person typing on the keyboard right now. And the other like red flag was you could hear so much background noise. Now, like, I gave them the benefit of the doubt. They could have been in a coffee shop. They could have been at a busy place. But I believe they were actually like in a consultancy at work with a bunch of other people working around them. I don't know how they would think that would work. they keep doing it, and we got so many applications where like, and honestly, that's another reason why I would dig into these people's GitHubs, because they would basically assume other people's identities. Like they would take the names of like developer resumes they found online, they'd create a GitHub account, put some repos up, and like try to pass themselves off as that person. I don't know. It was weird. There's a whole overemployed movement that's basically do fraud, get paid. Yeah. I mean, the benefit is, at the end of the day, like, if they did get hired, we're technically hiring a consultancy at that point. So if we give them a task, they probably would pass it off for somebody else to do. But that's also not how we work, because we don't just give people tasks. Like at my company, we would pair on things and we'd collaborate. It's not just, here's a ticket, go solve it. It's like we're working as a team. So, I don't know. How would you look at their GitHub if most of their repos were private? Oh, I wouldn't. I would open it, see that there's nothing, and then just move on. But if they have things, then I would dig a bit deeper. All right. You can't live in the U.S. forever, but you're given a chance to visit one country. When and which country would you choose? I would choose Japan. I watch a lot of travel shows and like YouTube channels that show Japan, and I really want to go there. Let's look at it on OpenStreetMap. For one, their public transportations just seems amazing. Like the amount of trains and ferries and just ways to get like all around Japan, like just seems really cool. And then like mega cities are just like super interesting to me. It's all in Japanese though, so I don't know where Tokyo. I assume this is is this Tokyo? But it's like, there aren't many, I don't know if there are really any megacities like this in the United States, where it's basically just sprawling megacities. A lot of cities in the US have like a downtown section, and that's where all the skyscrapers and everything are. But like in Japan, there are cities that are just skyscrapers for miles, and that's just crazy to think about. I actually don't know of anybody from Japan in the Coding Garden community. I really don't. You're going there in March for your honeymoon. Nice. Any travel vlog recommendations? Yeah. There is a channel called Solo Travel Japan. So this is a whole brand of YouTube videos or YouTube channels that I love, where they do not talk at all. Everything is done as captions. So these videos are fun to just put on in the background. Because it's like you're just experiencing it. So Solo Travel Japan, they do a lot of ferry rides and train rides. And I would definitely use them as a resource if I were going, because I don't know, if I'm going, I think especially in another country where like I don't know how their train systems works or like public transportation, I could watch this guy, see what he does, and just mimic them. But yeah, this is a really great channel. It's fun to see the overnight ferry rides and stuff like that as well. And then I think he has another channel, where he does food tours as well. I think this one's newer, has less videos, but it used to be that his travel videos would have like him eating food embedded, but now he's separated it to another channel. And this is super interesting as well, because he still doesn't talk, but when he's filming, he'll just like have the camera on one thing for a long time, but in the edit, he has captions talking about like how it tasted and what it is and stuff like that. This is the main one that I can think of. Dancing Bacons isn't Japan. He has done some videos in Japan, but I think, where is he based out of? Is he in Thailand? Maybe he's in Thailand right now. I think he's in Thailand, but he's gone to a lot of other Asian countries as well. Like he has some videos from Japan. Singapore. Yeah, that's it. Singapore. I guess he's technically in Thailand right now for whatever reason. But yeah, Dancing Bacon is all, and honestly, those are the only suggestions I have, because they don't talk over their videos. I don't like travel logs. I don't like people talking to me. all of these that I've shown you are just pure experience. Like, you just watch them. You can read the captions, but there's not like a personality talking over it or anything like that. It's literally just seeing the thing and like taking it in for yourself. So, yeah. The Tokyo subway is amazingly clean. That reminds me of Rambalek, who does walking videos in Japan. And like, that's the other thing that fascinates me. It's like, no matter where Rambalek goes, everything is just spotless. Like, so he walks all over Japan, and so mentioning the subways reminded me of that, because like, he'll walk through train stations and stuff like that, and the streets are just so clean and spotless. Like, it's not like that in the United States, but he mainly does just walking videos, where, yeah, he he almost never talks, and then he literally just walks around, and he has a really nice like a stabilizer setup. So these videos are fun to put on in the background as well. Cool. But yeah, I don't speak Japanese. I would want to learn. My partner is learning to speak Japanese. Yeah. Have I seen the monorail videos? No. That is indeed Tokyo. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Wait, what? What is this? This is amazing. Yeah, so this is a bootstrap theme that looks like GeoCities. I've literally never seen this before. This is awesome. I'm gonna bookmark it. Like, I could take any bootstrap site I built, add this, and now it looks like GeoCities. That's cool. Yeah. Yeah, and then I mean, eventually, I want to make some Denver travel guides. Like right now, I don't know. I mean, especially since the pandemic, I've stayed home so much. Like, I don't know the food scene that well in Denver, but I'd love to. And I want to do IRL streams where I go eat cool places and stuff like that. And I want to do walking videos. I made my own channel where I was starting to do walking videos, called Meandalak, inspired by Rambalak. But I was going to do it all around the Denver area. Yeah, there it is. I have 2 walking videos. Eventually, I'm going to post more. But the idea is I would post walking videos where I don't talk just like he would, but of the Denver area. Yeah. Korean street food videos with no talking. Nice. If you want to link the YouTube channel, I'd love to see it. I didn't know if this was okay to show on stream. I'll show this in a second. This is fascinating. Okay, so this guy gets on the train, and he just like holds the doors for whatever reason. He like opens them back up. Why is he doing that? Like, please stop. And then the guy comes over and he's like, stop what you're doing. And then his hand gets caught again. he just keeps keeping on. He has to be doing it on purpose at this point, right? Like, there's no way, right? There's no, like, that's just baffling. Okay. What is this? Suspended mono. Whoa! Suspended from the top. Fascinating. I have not seen a lot of these. That's cool. Okay. Yeah. You join me on the food tours? Nice, nice. I'll have to let you know if when I do it. Modern troll. Yeah. This is an example. Well, I need to leave and eat some food. Yummy boy, 7.15 million subs. That's crazy. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check them out later. Cool. All right. I answered that. I think that's it. Did anybody else have any final questions before I go? That kind of stuff scares me, probably unreasonably. With all the earthquakes and tsunamis in Japan, I'll probably be stuck on one of those, like stuck on a monorail. Yeah. Okay. What would I recommend for beginners? Strongly or weakly typed languages? I would say weakly typed languages seem like they would be easier, but I was talking to a colleague where he was mentioning that when he introduced TypeScript to his students, they thought it was the best thing ever. They were like, "Oh, it gives me so many more rules that I can follow." So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you, but I think with strongly typed languages, there is more that the learner has to learn, and like there's more things that you have to do, so it's less easy to get started. But at the end of the day, it is more guardrails, so it could teach you to be a better programmer earlier on. Yeah. All right, I'll probably answer this next time, BTRSL, because this really gets into the specifics of server-side rendering and static site generation, all the stuff we talked about last time. But yeah, and why did micro front ends? Why did they not get enough popularity? I think it depends on when and why you might need it. So the first place I even heard about micro front ends was that YouTube guy. Who's that YouTube guy? He talks about micro front ends. No, this guy. Jack Harrington. I can't remember anybody's name today, but I'm sorry, Jack. You're probably not watching, but everyone go click that, drop a sub. Yeah, so I don't know if he actually created the project scaffolder or project generator for it, but the idea is you could literally have like tiny little sections, like little sections of your website where each one was written with a separate or different front end framework, or written, or have components written in different frameworks that you can use interchangeably. I think it might make sense at larger companies that have a whole lot of teams where each one is working on like a different section of the website or something like that. So I think it has its use cases, but I think for a lot of apps and for a lot of teams that are smaller, I don't think it makes sense to build with micro front ends. Yeah. Hello, Anspace. I'm doing good. Yeah, why do I stick with iTerm? I think this goes to what I was talking about earlier about like tech decisions. I've been using iTerm for like 6 years at this point, and it works perfectly fine for me. Like there's nothing more that I need out of a terminal, and iTerm is still updated. They keep it up to date. So I'm going to keep using iTerm. So that's why. So there are some, like there's Hyperterminal and some others that I can't think off of the top of my head, but there's some other ones. But iTerm works for me, so I don't even see a reason to try others or switch. So that's why. All right. That's why. Do I always think it's better to use custom CSS modules or something like Tailwind? This is a big question I can't answer today. Did I make any videos about Docker? I don't have any like super introductory videos on Docker. Let's see. Coding Garden Docker. Yeah, I don't really have like a hello world to Docker. I would say if you look at the Docker docs, and Melinda Beans, thank you very much for the 16 months. They actually do have a hello world. Like if you look at their this one, get started. And then I've never seen play with Docker. Let's see. Cool, yeah, definitely check that out. But I think, I mean, honestly, the Docker docs are really daunting. There's a whole lot of them. But if you're newer to development and stuff, this actually might be a good opportunity to learn to read the docs, the Docker docs, because it does go over everything. And then if you go into the getting started, it talks about like the hello world and everything else. I mean, I think the other piece of advice is, so you install Docker. Is there a specific app that you want to Dockerize? And if that's the case, you could start there. So like let's say you have an Express app, you want to put it in a Docker container, figure out how to put it into a Docker container. And that's where I would start from there. But next time I do a Q&A, ask me about this, because this is something I could talk about for like 2 hours in terms of like what are the alternatives to Tailwind, or when would you choose Tailwind and stuff like that. Okay. All right, I got to go though. First time chatter, just wanted to get your thoughts on Tailwind. Shut it. Shut it down. Shut it down. Okay. If you do !archive with the number, it should disappear. Oh, I don't think there's a way to archive or delete a comment. Yeah, I don't think there's a way, Drills. We'll have to come up with that. All right, I gotta head out. Thank you everybody for tuning in today. This was a fun one. We got a bunch of new mods. Like I mentioned, so either DM me on Discord with your, actually no, send me if you became a mod today, send me a Twitch whisper with your Discord username, and I'll get you set up as a mod over there as well. Yeah, lots of new mods. And see you later, BTRSL. Have a good one. See you, Old School Rapper and Electrothermal and everyone else. See you later, Bugbreaker. But yeah, let's grab those raid messages. If you are a sub, and see you later, Crafty Becky. Thank you for being here. If you're a sub, you can use that raid message. If you are not a sub, you can use that raid message. We've showed it a few times. Follow over on YouTube. Follow my Twitter, and then check out the schedule. I'll be live tomorrow for Coding Improv. So that'll be a fun one. We're just going to go live, get some suggestions, and then build a random thing. So check that out. Let's go on a raid. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.